wounded in Orlando and for their families and loved ones. Thank you.
Point of order, Mr. President, point of order. I hereby make a motion to change the order of the agenda to entertain a motion to add a resolution to the agenda.
Turn it off.
Better?
Yeah. Thank you.
My apologies. I hereby make a resolution to change the order of the agenda to entertain a resolution, to entertain a motion, excuse me, to add a resolution to the agenda.
Do we have a second? Okay. Mr. Lumia seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor of adding, of changing the order of the agenda to add a resolution? Mr. Lumia? Mrs. Pelton, Mrs. Karath, Mr. Rubin, Mrs. Kellen, Dr. Risby, and Mr. Soma. Opposed? Mrs. Laval.
At this time, I hereby make a motion. At this time, I hereby make a motion to add a resolution to the agenda.
Is there a second? Mr. Lumia. Discussion? All those in... No. All those in favor? Mr. Lumia, Mrs. Pelton, Mrs. Karath, Mr. Rubin, Mrs. Kellen, Dr. Risby, Mr. Soma. Opposed? Mrs. Laval. All right.
Whereas the Board of Education has carefully considered in public session and in accordance with its policies the proposed amendments to the non-discrimination policy involving the rights of transgender students, and whereas the Board of Education has carefully considered statements and guidance from, among others, the United States Department of Education's Office for Civil Rights and the New York State Education Department, and whereas the Board of Education has, after the requisite amount of readings and public discussion, adopted the amendment to that policy, and whereas Trustee Ann Laval has made certain statements in public discussion on the amendment to the discrimination policy, voicing her personal opinions about the legal rights afforded to transgender students, among other types of protected groups, and whereas the majority of the board, although respectful of Trustee Laval's right to voice her personal opinion in public discussion on these important issues, respectfully disagrees entirely with her position on these issues. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the undersigned members of the Board of Education hereby distance themselves from the public statements made by Trustee Laval at the May 3rd, 2016 board meeting.
Excuse me, neither applause nor booing is permitted. Please respect the people who are speaking. Thank you.
And while respectful of Trustee Laval's rights to express her opinions consistent with the First Amendment, reinforces to the public that her opinions are hers alone and in no way represent the opinion of the board as an entity or any of its undersigned trustees.
Discussion? It should come around here. All right. Is there any discussion? Okay. Oh, a motion? Okay. All right. A motion, Mr. Soma, second. Mr. Rubin? All right. Discussion? All those in favor? Mrs. LaValle?
Whereas Trustee Laval has made certain statements in public discussion on the amendment to the discrimination policy, voicing her personal opinions about the legal rights afforded to transgender students among other types of protected groups. What are we referring to?
It's in the handout that you received earlier in the executive session. I'm sorry, it was a handout in the executive session, and we discussed it on the board. This was checked. This was written by our attorney.
Was this discussed by the board outside of public comments?
No, it was not.
To the exclusion of myself?
No, certainly not. The first time they were given those letters or told about this was at the executive session at the same time you were handed a copy. So I think you were the one who saw it first, since it was, since you posted it on Facebook, so I guess you saw it before we did. So, is there any other comments or discussion? All right, all those in favor? Yes, Mrs. Laval. Further comment?
Is this was what we're referring to?
Yes.
This is not mine.
No, that was referred to what you said in the previous board meeting. That's what it was referred to, and this was passed out for the additional information. So everyone on the board knew what you said at the board meeting, since we were here, and this was the additional information that was passed out half an hour ago to you also. It was not discussed or shared before that time. It was what you said at May 3rd, which is just what down there in the resolution. So that's in reference to what some of us choose to disagree with. That's all.
I don't understand the wording of the resolution. Trustee Laval has made certain statements in public discussion on the amendment to the discrimination policy, voicing her personal opinions about the legal rights afforded to transgender students. What are you referring to?
We're referring to the remarks that you made at the May 3rd meeting, to which you are, as we pointed out, you are entirely entitled to hold those opinions, but the other members of the board, at least some of them, will see how many with the resolution are choosing not to agree with you. That's all. All right? Are there any other comments? All right, all those in favor of the resolution and wanting their names affixed to it. Mr. Lumia, Mrs. Pelton, Mrs. Karat, Mr. Rubin, Mrs. Kellen, Dr. Risby, and Mr. Soma. All those opposed to the resolution. Mrs. Laval. Okay, yes, it does. All right, the next item on the agenda is the public community input on the Code of Conduct with the new revisions, and there will be 30 minutes allotted to that. If you wish to speak about the Code of Conduct, the usual requirements of 3 minutes apply. And please, at this time, only address the Code of Conduct because then we will have the usual public comment time on other items on the agenda. And please, when you come to the microphone, please state your name so we know who's speaking. Thank you. Yes. Excuse me? No, we don't address members of the board. Just state your statements of, your opinion and what information you feel we need to know. Well, no, we do ask the people, because it goes in the minutes, and everybody knows what we say because we have name tags in front of us.
You don't know my name by now.
Well, it's possible that the people at home are not all familiar with your name. You realize that? Thank you. Okay, all right. Yes, go ahead. No.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, my name is Regina. I'm a member of the New York State Teachers Association, and I feel as if what's happening here is what happened in my own district, and that is by putting this new code of conduct together, you are going against people's right here in this school district to be self-determinant as to what they want in that code of conduct. They have a right to know. They have a right, not the President of the United States imposing on them what should be home rule. That's all I have to say.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is not a rally, it's a board meeting, and we're very happy to hear what you have to say. Please come to the microphone and take your turn, but no applause or booing because it's not fair to the people who are speaking. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ira Chakichi. Some of you might know my name by now. I'd like to draw attention to the second and third listed rights of students in our code of conduct. To learn in an environment free from interruption, harassment, discrimination, intimidation, and fear, and to participate in district activities on an equal basis regardless of race, color, creed, national origin, religion, gender, weight, ethnic group, religious practice, disability, or sexual orientation. I want to emphasize how important this is, how vital it is to our students. In a constantly changing world that can so often disappoint us, children deserve an environment in which they can explore who they are without worry of what hate that might bring. I hope to see a board that would fully embrace these concepts, and in all honesty, I don't see why any of you wouldn't. The board is here to ensure children receive the best education that the district can give to them. In order to fulfill the demands met by DASA, demands we can all agree with, we should let our students know how much we care about them. In the wake of the Orlando shooting, solidarity is necessary to make sure that students are free from fear, as the second right listed dictates. Anything from using the pronoun a child wishes to be addressed with, to taking complaint about sexual and gender discrimination seriously, can mean the world to a child who is in the middle of such a confusing and stressful point in their life. When statements are made that so many agree hurtful, isn't it the duty of the district to listen? If you adopt this code of conduct, as I sincerely hope you do, don't do so as an empty promise. Your children must be fought for.
Thank you. My name is Diane Bagdy. Changes made to the code of conduct are just semantics. You have completely ignored the dangerous phrase in loco parentis, and it should be immediately removed and replaced. In the absence of a parent is sufficient to convey intent. Remaining in this code allows for a broad spectrum of interpretation. It can be utilized to circumvent the parent's power in decisions of health, welfare, and nurturing of their child. It allows for a school official acting upon a presumption to call CPS and claim someone as not fit parent. It's a legal doctrine under which an individual assumes all parental rights, duties, and obligations without going through the formalities of legal adoption. The U.S. Supreme Court has held that school officials exercise more than parental power over their students. In part, in 1985, the Supreme Court noted that school officials act as representatives of the state, not merely as surrogates for the parents. Excerpt from the education law. Under in loco parentis, schools assume custody of the students and, at the same time, the students are deprived of the protection of their parents. In effect, the schools act in place of the parent or instead of the parent. This status is legal and not just descriptive. In 1996, an appellate court in New York held that schools, once they take over physical custody of control of a child, effectively take the place of their parents and guardians. Usurping parental powers by having these three words in this document, requiring parents to sign, is unacceptable and must be changed. The role of parents and guardians written into this code is an affront to parents. The code clearly addresses what the school expects from the students, the least of which is respect. To include this section is an affront to adult dignity and self-respect. As parents, we strive to teach our children respect from the moment they can understand. With this specific section, you have exhibited what you expect from the students, you will not afford the parents. Playing on words from a great respected person, I say to you, Mr. Superintendent, take out this section. Parents are not your charges. Unless and until these changes are made, parents should not sign this code of conduct. Addressing the issue of recess, I refer to Dash, New York. In K-5, the goal of mandatory daily active recess is to ensure that there is a daily break from the classroom instruction during which students have the opportunity to be physically active. Regular physical activity reduces the risk of obesity and chronic diseases, promotes bone and muscular health as well as cardiorespiratory fitness in children, and promotes improved academic and cognitive skills. Research has demonstrated that improved physical fitness is associated with better performance on standardized tests and higher grades. Do you have an affliction?
Excuse me, but you finished. You passed 3 minutes.
I know I passed 3 minutes by another 30 seconds, but I can finish this. It's not much more. It's all part of an understanding.
All right, please finish, because other people are waiting. Thank you.
Research has demonstrated that improved physical fitness is associated with better performance on standardized tests and higher grades. It further showed that recess can improve students' attention, concentration, and ability to stay on task. Behavior improves, and pre-play stimulates children's imaginations, as well as fostering critical thinking skills. Recess can also provide psychosocial benefits when children are gaining skills in conflict resolution by playing with their peers, learning how to share and collaborating around games. It's helped to mitigate depression and anxiety. Regular scheduled recess has been prioritized by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. Healthy People 2020, a mandatory daily active recess policy ensures that students enjoy the physical, academic, and psychological benefits. 3 lines.
I'm sorry, but you went way over the 3 minutes.
I know
and there
did.
are other people waiting to talk. So perhaps you could next time break it into 2 sections and speak a little in briefer. Okay, thank you.
Faster.
Well, the time is up. Thank you.
The bottom line is this is not what our children are sent to school to be put under. Emotional, physical deprivation of recess.
Madam. Thank you. You can speak again at the end. Thank you.
Okay. I have a long statement, and I probably will end up breaking it down. All right, perfect. Thank you so much. Okay, hi. My name is Tanya Clifton, and I'm a teacher in the district. and I am one of the advisors of Roy C. Ketchum's Gay Straight Alliance, now known as the Pride Club. I want to address concerns that have been voiced in the Wappingers community about the DASSA law. Dignity for All Students Act was voted into law in 2010 and has been in effect in New York State since 2012. It is a law that was created and adopted because of a real need, and so this has to do with the code of conduct and that, DASSA has to do with it. So it was a law that was created and adopted because of a real need to address the growing and increasingly aggressive bullying in our schools. The mission of this law has always been to provide the state's public elementary and secondary school students with a safe and supportive environment free from discrimination, intimidation, taunting, harassment, and bullying on school property, the school bus, and or at a school function. The groups of students identified in the DASSA law since its inception have been groups that have historically been targeted for abuse. Groups characterized by race, color, weight, national origin, ethnic group, religion, religious practice, disability, sexual orientation, gender, or sex. But the mission of DASSA, implicit in the A in the acronym, is to protect all students. The words actual or perceived were included in the DASSA language this school year to make sure that the law takes into consideration people who do not conform to gender norms. It means that it does not matter what you perceive a person to be and how you think that people of that group are supposed to behave or present themselves. What matters is how people perceive themselves and how they feel they want to present themselves. It means that people have the freedom in this great country to present themselves in any way they see fit, and that young people especially should be able to express that right in an atmosphere free from harassment. Our Pride Club started on an official basis as a school-sponsored GSA, that's a Gay Straight Alliance, in 2012 by Principal Tom Stella, in direct response to the regulations in DASSA. We are a club that meets every week to discuss issues that the LGBTQ community face, how these issues affect the world we live in, and most importantly, how they affect our everyday lives. I will stop here. Continue later. Thank you.
Thank you. No, please, no applause or booing. Thank you.
Oh my goodness. I'm good. I'll just lower it. That's fine. My name is Laura Labasi. I can't keep up with these ladies. They are quoting law. I'm here to talk to you about me and my concerns about the code of conduct. I don't know where to begin with my thoughts because there are just so many of them. So please forgive me if I jump around on the subject a bit. But all I can say is that what happened to us? What have we become as a nation? Better yet, what have we become as people? Our community is so divided, it's pathetic, and I think that this sitting board has made it that much worse. You have done nothing yet to bring our schools together as a community. You have divided us with the redistricting. You have divided us by ignoring our pleas when we've come to you. And you have divided us further with this irrational and irresponsible code of conduct. When did school become a political game? When did it stop becoming about the children in the school and in education? When did school decide that they can encroach upon family beliefs and values? When did school come up with the ideas that divide and conquer was the way to attain their agenda goals? The code of conduct speaks of showing respect and being respectful. I'd like to remind you that of a little adage that we've taught our children since they're in preschool. You get what you get, and you don't get upset. My other favorite is, it's not always what you say, but it's how you say it. Which, in essence, you get what you give. There has been mutual respect. there has to be mutual respect, excuse me. This board does not accept the public for which place that they've taken their seats for. The board does not respect the concerns of the parents that speak to them on issues regarding the children in the district, and the board has to be this board has to be one of the most arrogant, indignant, and self-centered boards that I've ever come across. Children deserve the same respect as adults. You have to show the level of respect to get the respect that you want in return. That being said, show the parents some respect by having open and honest dialogue without smashing your gavel or shutting down the meetings before anything has happened. Things will go a lot much more smoothly. Stop driving a wedge between the teachers and the parents of this district with your rules and regulations. You set preposterous rules and expect the teachers to do your dirty work for you. How fair is that to put them in the middle? I ask you, when did school become a social experiment? I did not have children and place them in school for them to be anyone's guinea pigs. I, as a mother, their parent, their guardian, and their advocate, am here to protect them at all costs. That is a role of a parent. I have ears, I heard. Give me a second, I'm in the middle of a sentence. That is the role of a parent, not the school. I am very much alive and well, thankfully, and I will not turn over any of my parental rights to anyone on behalf of my children, even if it is during the hours of 9 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. You are overstepping your roles as board members. Do away with the archaic wording of local parentis. Things will start to simmer down then. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it doesn't matter which side you're on in favor of what a speaker says or against it, but if we have applause and booing, it only delays things and it takes away from the people who are time for the people to speak. So please give them your respectful attention. Yes, the next lady.
Hello. So let me introduce myself. I'll make this short. So I'm Jillian Dyer. I'm bisexual, and I'm graduating from Arlington High School this week. I have good friends in the Wappinger School District, and I believe that the Dignity Act is vital to their emotional and physical safety. In a study by UCLA's Williams Institute, 70% of transgender people surveyed report that they have experienced verbal harassment in a situation involving gender-segregated bathrooms. Of those surveyed, 10% reported physical assault. These are facts, not philosophy. LGBT students deserve to feel safe at their school, and that's going to be difficult if certain members or member of the board wants to oppose the Dignity Act. I am so grateful to the rest of the board for their support for Wappingers, and I think that this is a very important act for the safety of everyone at Wappingers. Thank you.
My name is Roisin Druda, and I'm from Wappingers Falls. This is an email that I had sent to the board 2 weeks ago in regards to the code of conduct. 1. Regarding the legal term in local parentis is extremely concerning to me. In this climate of significant social duress, why would an informed parent want to give a school, its teachers and administration, the legal right of their child? Ask yourselves, for some of you are parents, is this what you would want for your child? I seriously doubt it. If I can see the danger in the use of this legal language in the code of conduct and I am not a parent, how come you are not asking more questions about this? I understand that a local parentis has been in place since common law England was adopted and codified in many states' laws. But in the scope of our society where the family is being ripped apart at the seams, parents should not willingly give you permission to be a surrogate. The parent is the primary legal adult to act on behalf of their children. 2. Why is there a code of conduct for parents? Who do you think you are to include a code of conduct for parents? Is this why you want in local parentis so that you can take away the right of the parent to act on behalf of their minor child? Is that what this is all about? Control? You haven't pulled the wool over my eyes. Great. Recess restriction is a poor way to get a child to comply to behavior or learn in the classroom. As a behavior specialist in understanding human development, children are better learners when they are given the opportunity to play. In fact, they learn through the act of play. To take a very essential aspect of learning from a child and make them further rebel. Are the actual issues of why the child may not be an active and positive participant in the classroom really being addressed? Does the child have an undiagnosed learning disability? Is the child going through emotional stress? Or is the instruction diverse enough to engage all students? 4. The fact that only 3 discussions were held to talk about the changes in the Code of Conduct is ludicrous to me. Is this going to be another pass-through agenda that this board is so infamous for? Where are the meeting minutes for these meetings? Who are the parents and students involved in these discussions? Is the research consulted available for public review? Finally, I am urging parents of this district not to sign the Code of Conduct. It would literally be them giving up their right as a parent. More needs to be done to make this a worthwhile document that protects the interests of the children in our schools for the betterment of their learning rather than protect your self-indulged egos wrapped in control. To watch the thoughtless acts of this board is egregious, and you are literally flushing the children of this district down the toilet. I get it. It's because the government told you to do it. But I digress.
The implementation of this command from on high is insanity. We have a democracy, a republic actually, and for you to just accept an edict, a stroke of a pen from the president, is insanity. You're destroying 10,000, the complete story of humanity has never been like this, and you're destroying it. The question is not how, but why. Why are you doing this? What is your agenda? I appreciate Ms. Laval's courage in standing up to the board. I know she's trying to get them to listen to reason, but they've already capitulated. And the real question to me is not how they are going to implement this, but why we are accepting this edict. And I will repeat myself because you don't seem to care. I know it's because of the money. As the president said, anybody who doesn't do this will lose federal money. What's it worth to you to destroy a culture? All during the grammar school and even beyond, when I followed someone down the path to perdition, I was asking school and out of school, if he jumped off the Brooklyn Bridge, would you jump too? If he jumped out of the 3rd floor window, would you follow him? Well, you're following the board. The smartest people in this room are following their leader, jumping out the 3rd floor window head first, with the acceptance of this dictator's stroke of the pen. My friend Ed calls him the potty president. How sick is that? That's his legacy now. It is a good name reflecting this part of his destructive legacy. And also, where does it come from? His mentor, Communist Saul Alinsky, who wrote the Rules for Radicals, which the president has followed to the letter. The president and his minions all believe that in order to marginalize those they attack, such as people with strong traditional moral fiber, ridicule is a powerful weapon. We must ridicule these people. We must bully Ms. Laval. And as she tries to speak common sense. Get, read, and follow the rules for radicals. Know the enemy, know their strategy, and use it against them. The current leading presidential candidates also religiously follows rules for radicals and was an actual disciple of Saul Alinsky's need. The other Democrat candidate for president is a full-blown socialist. This is your agenda. Destroy. One short paragraph. Evil is having its day, seemingly in every way.
Hello, my name is Rose Callaghan. I know some of you might recognize me. I don't have a violin in my hand this time, but I'm back. And I just wanted to express my gratitude that the board has supported this act. I know I have many friends who this would affect, and even though it doesn't entirely affect me personally, it certainly does affect me, and I would just say that I'm grateful that you are all able to, well, most of you are able to come to an agreement that this is what's right to do. And I would just want to add that it's less like jumping out of a third-story window and more like getting off the iceberg and joining the rest of society.
Can you do me a favor and say 1 minute when my minute's passed, and then 2 minutes, okay, and then give me my final 30 seconds.
Thank you. Mrs. Pedro will have. Thank you.
Tell me when I can begin. I am Earl Wallace. I was born a poor white child, and then I got rhythm. No. I don't need a law that says you can't hit me because I'm black. We have a law that says you can't hit me because I'm a human being. We are never going to get people to respect each other apart from the concepts that are in our Bible, which are turn the other cheek and love your neighbor as you love yourself. We have children down in Albany who are college students trying to validate themselves by lying about being racially insulted. This is because when you make special classes of citizen, you segregate us as being part of the human race. I'm not saying you, I'm talking about society in general. And so the only way I can validate myself is by finding somebody who is victimizing me. How do I know this? I went through this as a child in a poor black community. Thank you. The Declaration of Independence says that we have inalienable rights. Those rights are embedded in the Ten Commandments. But when God says, thou shalt not murder, he's saying everybody has a right not to be murdered. When God says, thou shalt not lie, he's saying all of us have a right not to be lied to. We are never going to respect the diversity of people until we bow ourselves under our common Creator, Jesus Christ, God. Taking him out of the picture is going to create tremendous chaos, which is what we're suffering from now. Creating special classes of people who have the same dignity under Jesus Christ, whom God says in John 3:16, whosoever believes shall not perish and have everlasting life. Making special classes of people, trying to pit us against one another, is no way for us to live. I'm asking you, go back and read what our founding documents say. Because the First Amendment of the U.S. Constitution starts with freedom of religion. And that is because biblical Christianity, the only religion our founding fathers practiced, is supposed to guide speech. The First Amendment conjoins 5 rights. If the founding fathers wanted them separate, as the lie of separation of church and state indicates, then they would have made 5 amendments, but they made 1, and religion guides it because religion is supposed to be guiding our speech. We hear talks from politicians about the war on women. When are they going to tell us about loving each other? No one's got a war on women. Well, I was in Dubai in December, and I wrote a book called The Three-Dimensional Leader. I've taught it on 4 continents. I've been in countries where there's a war on women. They're covered from head to toe in burqas. Is that my 3 minutes? Thank you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're taking time from people who would like to speak.
Greenville, and I'm a parent in Wappingers Falls. I spoke at your last meeting, and I thank you for changing surrogate parent to have authority. I'm a Girl Scout leader in this community now. I've been a Girl Scout leader for 17 years, and I've had anywhere from 14 girls to 21 girls where I've had to have authority. But I have never, ever stood as a parent in their place, ever. You changed it in one place, you did not change it in another. And I did say at the last meeting, and local parentis I might be fine with, but I was reminded, I was taken to court by my own mother for grandparent rights. My mother tried to say that I couldn't have the right to decide who had influence over my children. I won that case. The Supreme Court had a case at the time, giving parents the right to decide. You don't have that right. You don't have my legal authority. You do not have the right to act as a parent to my children. I will not be citing that code of conduct, and neither will my daughter. There was something else, no, I forgot.
Next.
My name is Barbara Goodman, and I am so proud to say that 2 weeks from tomorrow, I will be joining this board. I am so delighted in your vote. The second thing I have to say is that I am Jewish. So where do I fall in the construct of Jesus Christ?
He was Jewish.
But I don't accept his divinity, sir.
You don't have to accept him to live.
I don't, excuse me, I didn't interrupt you when you had,
Excuse
You're
me.
talking to them. Don't talk to them.
Excuse me. Excuse me. I used to be on the Interfaith Council. I don't think this is the time for interfaith dialogue. I think we need to stick to the agenda. So let's stick to it. Thank you.
the last thing I want to say is about the Dignity for All Students Act. A reminder that it says dignity for all students. No one is questioning anybody's humanity. All humans deserve to be treated with dignity and respect. Yes, indeed. Straight ones too. The problem is that the students identified in the Dignity for All Students Act have been deprived of their humanity. As a Jew, I know what that means. We need to be respectful of the humanity of all different kinds of people, and we are at our best when we do that. So again, thank you, board, for that beautifully expressed statement.
Okay, 30 minutes. I'm sorry. We have another opportunity for public comment, not related to the code of conduct, but related to items on the agenda. And that's the next item of business. So. Okay, it's after we adopt the code of conduct or vote against it. Yes. Yes, there's another public comment time coming up. So if you'd like to sit down, we're voting on the code of conduct, and then you'll have another chance to talk again. Well, the public will get some more time to talk. Yes, well, yes, you will. Okay, if you see on your agenda, 3.03 is the motion to close the public hearing. 3.04 is on adopting the code of conduct, and 4.01 is public comments on agenda items, 30 minutes. So you'll have another 30 minutes opportunity. Thank you. As long as and another 30 at the end of the meeting if somebody wants to address something else again. So we have a total of 1 hour and 30 minutes tonight for public comments. Right now, the next item is approval to adopt the code of conduct for... Oh yes, we need the motion to close the public hearing. Could we have a motion, please? Mr. Rubin, a second. Mr. Soma. All those in favor? Mr. Lumia, Mrs. Pelton, Mrs. Carath, Mr. Rubin, Mrs. Kellen, Dr. Risby, Mr. Soma. Those opposed? Mrs. Laval. Okay, the motion carried. Next, 3.04, approval to adopt the Code of Conduct for the 2016-2017 school year. Could we have a motion? Okay, do you want to get your resolved first? Well, we'll read resolved. Hold on.
Be it resolved that the Board of Education hereby adopts the Code of Conduct for the 2016-2017 school year, a copy of which shall be incorporated by reference into the minutes of this meeting, and be it further resolved that the Code of Conduct shall be disseminated to all staff, students, and parents, guardians, and with instructions that the policies and rules therein must be reviewed and adhered to.
Do we have a motion? Mr. Soma, a second. Mr. Lumia, discussion. Mrs. Pelton.
I would like to say first that I appreciate the efforts and I have tremendous respect for the committee members. I have several concerns with the Code of Conduct in its current state. More specifically, I am concerned that the Code of Conduct itself contradicts itself. I'm concerned with the type of discipline. I'm concerned with the liberal use of suspensions. And I believe, based on articles published in the New York Times and Education Week, The Atlantic, I believe based on research from the Journal of the School of Health, the Stanford studies, the Gallup survey of principals on school recess, the advocacy issues of the New York City Department of Education, the Rights Lawway, the American Academy of Pediatrics, the American Heart Association, the American Stroke Association, the New York State PTA, Playworks, the Children's Agenda, Healthy Kids, Healthy Schools New York, Asphalt Green, and the Center for Disease Control, that there are legitimate reasons for change, and these efforts of these advocacy groups align with our mission statement. We are living in an evidence-based era. Somewhat ironically, data indicates that using data to assess individuals is not a successful indicator. However, data to assess positive and negative outcomes of methods can be extremely successful. Our mission statement says that we are to empower all children. I'm going to jump ahead and I'm going to focus first on the K-6 disciplines. Number 2 under the K-6 disciplines states that we will be using restorative practices. And what restorative practices is a shift from punitive to restorative measures. For example, a restorative practice would be moving from efforts to suppress misbehavior based on the view that misbehavior is evidence of failing students or classrooms, moving towards recognizing and using the inherent value of misbehavior as an opportunity for social and emotional learning. A shift would be a shift from using authority-driven disciplinary actions that focus only on the identified misbehaving students, and it would be a shift moving towards restorative circles that bring together everyone who is most immediately affected by the incident. It would be a shift from punishment and exclusion, which is the opposite of restorative measures. So moving from punishment and exclusion, using that to control misbehaviors and motivate positive change, and moving towards dialogue, leading towards understanding, actions to set things right, and repair and restore relationships. what we teach them. As with academic subjects, social and emotional learning is a process in which setbacks are best viewed as opportunities for inquiry and clarification rather than frustration and judgment. Moving on to another issue with the suspension. Research suggests that we are now in an era where when students are continually or repeatedly given suspensions, we have a new term for that when they quit school. And that is push-out.
They need you to talk more into your mic.
And that is push-outs, not dropouts. It is extremely important that we explore other alternatives in keeping our students out of school. And that would be administrative decisions, but other schools that certainly use things such as community service and Saturday schools in-house, but really a need to find out what is causing the problem to occur, not just having a knee-jerk reaction as a suspension. Again, if we're going to claim to be restorative, we cannot have punitive. It does not speak to, I'm not saying I'm opposed to suspension altogether. I'm saying that this code of conduct in those does not adequately explore other alternatives to helping children improve their situation. I guess finally, as this code of conduct exists right now, I myself am not going to presume to know more than the New York City Department of Education. I won't presume to know more than the American Academy of Pediatrics, the New York State PTA. Advocacy issues I will not be a barrier for. I myself cannot approve this in its current state.
Any other comments? Mrs. Karat.
Can we have some clarification of what is up on the screen and what pages? Just a quick run through of where the changes were made, and are these the only changes that have been made at this point? That's the first part of my question.
Sure. The four bullets up on the screen that I've sort of flipped through and you have on both sides of your paper represent the changes since the initial meeting, or since the last board meeting when we presented the initial code of conduct revisions. There was some feedback, a lot of feedback about the word surrogate. That word was changed where it's on page 8 to where the original statement said to recognize that teachers assume the role of a surrogate parent in matters of behavior, ... We changed that to recognize that teachers have authority in matters of behavior, ... And then it's on the next slide. I'll read it. Page 11. This revision came in over the weekend, and I didn't realize it was necessarily in there on page 10. It speaks to some of the public comments. We, on page 11 rather, changed with regards to teacher responsibilities. Serve in local parentis in matters of behavior, ... Change that to serve within their authority in matters of behavior, ... The other changes were, again, recommendations that came in. There was a sentence on page 10 regarding developing behavior guidelines and appeals procedures specific to each assigned school in harmony with this code of conduct. After the meeting that we had, the last meeting where we introduced the code of conduct changes, we had a principals meeting. All the principals were, all 9 out of 10 principals were in attendance, elementary principals, I should say. And so I asked them about that because it seemed kind of strange. I agreed with that feedback that it seemed odd, and they never had a practice where they specifically assigned procedures and guidelines in each school. They followed the code. So we changed that language to develop behaviors and guidelines and appeals procedures which align with this code of conduct, as opposed to individually by the school. The other change that we made with regards to the feedback we've gotten recently, again over the weekend, page 8, There was a phrase regarding individual board members will refer complaints to the superintendent, period. We changed that to the following based on the recommendation. Individual board members will refer complaints to the superintendent with the entire board being concurrently notified, period.
Okay, my reading of the Code of Conduct as it is in draft form, I'm very thankful that the committee did work as hard as they did on coming up to this point. I honestly feel like it's still a draft. There are sections of the attendance that I would like to see the attendance section worked on better. There's places where it says under referral, for example, that the teacher is supposed to contact the parent, but then at the end of the paragraph it says the contact communication with the parent will be at the administrative level. There's small changes that I think would be very significant. There's corrections that still need to be made. Now, realistically, we have to have a code of conduct printed for the coming school year. How much time do we have to still offer suggestions where language could be tightened up, more restorative language could be inserted, for instance, in respecting the property of others, number C at the top of page 14. The only two things under respecting the property of others, which follows B, behavior toward others, is the definition of theft and larceny. So in my mind, I'd like to see, that's pretty punitive. I'd like to see a paragraph that talks about what we do want to encourage as it relates to the respecting of the property of others. So what's our timetable? How much longer could we keep the door open to have suggestions for revisions and be able to continue the process?
The guidance is that we should do this annually and ahead of the new school year, the new fiscal year. But I could say this, all the language you cited is the language that's in the current Code of Conduct, as well as all the same DASA stuff that has been spoken about here. That's been in the 2015-16 Code of Conduct. And it was probably in prior to that. The regards for attendance, that language was not touched aside from the fact that we added the piece about summer school. Our summer school principal was hoping that the language could be approved before summer school this year started, so that way there was more adherence to an attendance policy that had incentives for students to show up. Aside from that, this Code of Conduct, the one that's the 15-16 Code of Conduct, was approved in August of last year. It was done by Dr. Bonk, and I see no reason why we couldn't replicate that same time frame.
Thank you.
Excuse me, but Mrs. Pedro has indicated that the 10 minutes allotted for discussion is up. If the board votes to continue discussion, that is possible. If so, if someone wants to make a motion to continue discussion, Mr. Lumia, second. Mr. Rubin, is that acceptable with 5 minutes, Mr. Lumia? 10 minutes? 10 minutes? All right. All those in favor of extending discussion on the Code of Conduct for 10 minutes? Unanimous. All right. So we have 10 more minutes. All right?
I realized that there were teachers, principals, on this, and parents and students on the Code of Conduct, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
What was the opinion of teachers and principals insofar as recess? I realize that this is probably a lot of research, but what exactly do principals think about the recess, and as well as teachers?
There wasn't.
As parents.
There wasn't.
Let me just make one. As parents, sometimes we have to discipline our kids with a timeout. I'd like to know what the teachers and principals thought of them.
There wasn't a decision made in this Code of Conduct in terms of changes specifically to attendance or the disciplinary measure. That wasn't unanimous consensus across the entire committee. When asked for further clarification to the principals with regards to recess specifically and its practice within the school, at multiple meetings they came back unanimously and said they're in favor of having it as a disciplinary measure in the Code of Conduct. I can read for you a couple of words that they've shared, if you wish.
Please do.
Names will remain anonymous. Okay. So from one principal, recess is only taken away for discipline, not attendance. Administrator will decide if this consequence is adequate. We try to stay away from it when possible. It's taken away for things like hit another student, biting, insubordination towards teacher, etc. These are major infractions. The other options are lunch detention, which I think is worse, or suspension, which goes on the permanent record. Students do respond to it when used appropriately. Students are less likely to disrespect the teacher or commit the same offense when recess is in jeopardy. Would you like me to read two others?
I have another question, if you don't mind. It seems to me, look, on page 9, it pertains to the role of parents and guardians. I don't think it's our job, although I agree with the 16 bullets that were presented, I don't think it's the job of a code of conduct to define what the role of parents and guardians should be as it pertains to their kids. So please. So it seems to me that I would like to see that paragraph taken away. Last but not one more.
May I make one comment on that first?
You may too, if you like.
The sections in our code of conduct are reflective of the guidance document provided by the state of New York, and so those sections, as they are to be, our sections in there are not in there arbitrarily. Maybe some of them are, but this one in particular speaks to the fact that the role of parent should be addressed in the code of conduct. It's not meant to be able. It's not meant to tell anyone what to do, but to set the expectations should a situation arise.
Although, as again, I agree with the 16 bullets, I don't think it should be in there. A couple of other things. So for attendance, I don't like to see a distinction between the two high schools in Orchard View. I think attendance should be consistent throughout the district. In fact, I think Orchard View should have stricter attendance. And I don't think we should be waiting until, I think, the 2020 time before parents are thrown in. I mean, that the attendance policy should somehow be looked into. And go ahead, I'm sorry.
Just with regards to the committee and the request of the building principal in this case, she feels that this is far more, not far more, it's more strict than the current referral escalation pattern, and she believes that if the student believes, and it is presumed to practice, that if they don't attend Orchard View, they will be sent back to their home school. That is usually motivation enough for the student to actually come to school and attend class. The problem with Orchard View being so small is that there's a waiting list for courses, and so when you have a student with really poor attendance or just really looking like they're not showing up but just trying to stay, 20 days consecutive absence is considered a drop, but if they're showing up on day 19 and going out for another 19 days and coming back just before the threshold, they're playing the game in terms of attendance and just trying to stay enrolled. And meanwhile, they're taking away an instructional seat from others who are on a waiting list to get in. So the logic was, if they don't want to be there, then we can re-enroll them in the home school and they could attend class there.
But it seems to be, how can anybody pass if you can have 15 or 20 absences in a particular class, not only Orchard View, but even the regular high schools?
Well,
and it seems to me the referrals should be done much sooner. For example, it says at the regular high school, you have to wait until the 5th referral before parents are contacted. I think it should be, after the 3rd referral, they should be contacted, because if you miss class, how many classes do you expect these kids to pass?
Well,
not only at the regular school, but in particular, Orchard View, they'd be on the 8th already.
We have daily attendance calls. They're automated calls, so the students' homes are technically contacted every day that they're considered absent. This is more of a certain threshold when it's like, hey, what's going on? I can guarantee you that if there's a perceived problem within the schools with regards to attendance for a certain student,
Mr. Lumia, would you please let others on the board ask questions?
By all means, that's fine. Thank you.
Mr. Rubin, did you have a question? No. Mrs. Laval.
I have a statement I'd like to make regarding code of conduct.
And it concerns the DASA regulations and the concepts of equal treatment. if we are really going for the concept of equal treatment, that would preclude the need for specifically identified groups to be protected. The terms hate, bullying, prejudice, discrimination are consistent accusations and often automatic triggered responses to anyone who so much as questions the concepts of the impact of gender neutrality and gender fluidity on our society. The embracing and encoding of these concepts into our cultures, our laws, and our education system affects every person in our society and our country. And we have the right and the responsibility to engage in an open and honest dialogue and decision-making process with regard to these concerns. But anyone who so much as suggests the discussion is branded uneducated, bigoted, and hateful. The accusation itself has become a weapon infused into this discussion with the intention of demonizing those who question the objectives and consequences of embracing the concept of gender neutrality. The practice of immediately labeling anyone who questions these concepts as bigoted and religiously biased serves to deliberately and immediately suppress this urgent dialogue. And why? Because if I'm not a hateful bigot, if I'm not a narrow-minded religious zealot, if I'm a kind and reasonable and intelligent and well-intentioned person who recognizes and empathizes with the concerns of the gay and transgender students and loves and respects my own gay friends and family, and yet I'm still raising rational, legitimate concerns regarding these decisions, then you cannot dismiss my concerns out of hand. Then you must consider my perspective with sincerity. You must consider whether these decisions can stand against the true measures of freedom and justice. If I'm a reasonable person raising legitimate concerns, then you are obliged to consider and respond to the concerns in kind and not merely in emotional protest and defiance. The concept of adopting gender neutrality and perceived personal physical identities as the basis for political, legislative, and regulatory decision-making is a fundamental overhaul of our entire society and legislative system. It is beyond reckless for us to continue to implement these radical concepts without so much as pausing to consider the broad impact these changes will have on everyone in our society, most especially our vulnerable children. In our rush to empathize with those who, for whatever reason, do not identify with their physical and biologically assigned gender, or who identify as homosexual, we have failed to pause and consider the incredible impact of the decisions we have made in redefining marriage, family, parenthood, and even biological sexual reality. The concept that gender is fluid and irrelevant to our physical reality is diametrically opposed to the concept that our sexuality and our physically assigned gender have purpose for us individually and socially. To attempt to simultaneously embrace the diametrically opposing concepts is a recipe for chaos and frustration. The legal implications of dismantling the natural order for families have also been largely ignored. In our effort to avoid offending people who live in alternative family settings, we have all too eagerly abandoned the reason and purpose and the legal status of the biological family. The implications are significant and dangerous. If biology is irrelevant, if mothers and fathers are interchangeable, then who is the legal authority over children? If the definition of parenthood is simply loving the child, then what's to keep your neighbor or friend or enemy from claiming your child as their own out of love? What is your legal claim to your child? Do we realize that we have always presumed our biological relationship to our children to be our claim to legal authority over them, and that by virtue of these recent developments, we've dismantled that long-standing and fundamental legal tenet of our society? The concept of gay marriage is not simply a freedom or celebration of legal protection of adults to engage in whatever personal relationships they choose. It is the legal dismantling of the bonds which have identified and protected the relationship between parents and their children for all of human history. The state has effectively claimed authority over children by virtue of establishing the concept of interchangeable parenthood. These are but a minute sampling of the monumental implications which have been completely disregarded by our decision to allow the emotional rhetoric to suppress the dialogue of these broad-reaching concerns. There is so much more to these decisions than the efforts to emotionally and legally support the rights of people to live the life they choose. We must be responsible in our decision-making process. In order to do that, we must consider all of the consequences of the decisions we're making. All I've asked for is a discussion of these issues. My perspective has simply been an effort to consider the broad implications and reality of these decisions. It's my right and our responsibility to engage in this discussion. These issues are sensitive, but the accusations of discrimination and hatred and bullying are unsubstantiated. It's time to step back from the rhetoric, emotion, and rage and sincerely consider the implications of the decisions we're charged with making on behalf of all of our students and our community.
We've gone past the 10 minutes that we added to the discussion, but is there anyone else on the board who would like to say something on the code of conduct? Okay, can we have a motion for another 10 minutes? Because, well, I haven't spoken and neither has Dr. Risby, and I don't know if Mr. Soma wants to speak. So perhaps we could have a motion for 10 minutes. And second, Mrs. Karath, all those in favor? Unanimous. Okay, Dr. Risby, I think you're next.
Good evening, everyone. I would like to make a comment on recess restriction, and I'm on the same page with Ms. Pelton. Taking physical activity away from children, the studies have shown that taking physical activity away from children decreases their attention spans and ability to focus in the classroom and increases behavior problems and trips to the principal's office. Furthermore, with today's childhood obesity epidemic, it is more important than ever for children to be physically active throughout the school day. According to the CDC, children need 60 minutes of physical activity each day. Recess can help students reach that important health goal. That's all I want.
Mrs. Pelt.
I just want to quickly say that at the last meeting, what I have with me tonight is a fraction of the research that I've done over the last year and a half on this. And at the last meeting, I did request from the committee any documentation to refute any of this, any documentation to support the success of withholding recess as punishment. And the reality is there isn't that. So I'm very troubled, and I'm not surprised because every document that you read initiates with particular, and this is meant with all due respect, 100%. The very first people to want to say no to this are our principals and teachers. And what's interesting and super cool, to be honest, about a lot of these stories is how when restorative practice is truly in place, when they go back and they interview these principals at the end of the school year, and the changes and how exciting it is to those people, I get that change is a little bit frightening for some people, but when you have this type of evidence and this type of success, not over a couple of years, over a decade, as to how this benefits children, I don't understand how we can promote something and put it in our code of conduct that is absolutely factual, not in the best interest of our children.
Okay. All right. Since I was an elementary school teacher and also substitute taught, I would like to speak in defense of taking away recess. Not taking it away as a regular practice, and certainly I think we need a lot more recess in our schools, and we need to have if we had the money, to have adequate physical education as well. However, for most children, if you are disruptive in class and you lose 5 or 10 minutes of recess, it is a logical consequence of disrupting the class and taking away from class time. Most children, this only happens once or twice, occasionally 3 or 4 times, but they quickly catch on that they're going to lose recess if they deliberately disrupt the class. And it's a pretty simple, effective way. Obviously, if the child continues to misbehave or disrupt despite losing recess, it's a deeper problem, and we do need to move to the various restorative practices. However, children will try things. That's in the nature of children, and probably of most people, that they will test the limits. Having also substitute taught, all of you who have ever been in school, which probably means all of us, know the old game of let's see what we can, oh boy, a sub, let's see what we can get away with. All right, there's nothing more effective than losing some recess, and the class quickly discovers that the sub means what she says or he says, and they sharpen up very quickly, to the point where you come back and substitute again, and you don't have problems. And I found that if you came back the next year, the only children in that class who would even test you were the ones who hadn't had you before. So, so that is something that's immediate, effective, and works very well with children as an occasional measure, not as a regular thing. Obviously, if they're losing recess day after day, it's bad for their health and it's not solving anything, so we find a different method. But I understand completely why the teachers and principals feel that it's effective, because it is. Are there any more comments? Yes, Mr. Carrion.
The recess, or any of the punitive measures for this matter, right now in our district, I think what we're looking at, and I think it's a great thing. I think it's a great thing because the conversation that's happening, let's look historically what has happened in the district. Come late August, there's a public hearing, it's a formality, it gets approved, and people are paying attention. The board is paying attention. The community is paying attention. And we're listening to the community, and we're listening to the Board of Education, that we follow the directive of the Board of Education. The one thing that I think it's really important to look at is that we're discussing behaviors. So the Code of Conduct, we're looking at behaviors. So the behaviors is what matters here. The belief systems that we may have in terms of what is our belief system, what do we believe in, who do we believe in, who do we not believe in, that's a different story to making sure that when negative behavior is occurring, that we address negative behavior. Now, what is the culture that we're trying to establish? So if the board is sharing to this administration, we want a culture that supports restorative practices, that says goodbye to the conversations of saying no to recess, that when you think about recess time, and I'm not trying to be clever because I was a principal for some years, it's not about whether the child steps out for recess for 10 minutes, it's about what happens during those 10 minutes or any time of the day when they're meeting with their administrator to develop and fix those negative behaviors. So if the practice happens while they're going out to recess and they're like, okay, we've completed, we've had this conversation, out you go, it's not that the child skipped recess, it's more that the restorative practice is the culture that we live by, and we're not just being punitive, and we're making sure that we're following through with negative behaviors. So negative behaviors, regardless of what walk of life, regardless of your belief system, have existed. They have existed, and who's at fault is at fault, and we have to reflect and see how we can help our students become better and reflect on their behaviors, whether the belief system is one way or another. You cannot act, and you can't punch somebody in the face. You can't. Because if you do, there will be consequences. Now the culture has to be determined. The climate and the culture of the Wappinger Central School District, we need to know, we support restorative practices And this administration, notice, we started some time ago with the Code of Conduct. We're not waiting for that last meeting in August and going through a formality. And if that's the direction and that's the culture, we will come back and we will revisit and we will invest. We will invest money, time, and energy to get our teachers, our administrators, and our parents trained to understand what it means to live by restorative practice and to what it means to change negative, disruptive, disrespectful behavior that creates for not a good learning and teaching environment in our schools. If the board decides right now, let's table this, this is the movement, this is the climate, this is the culture that we are looking for in our district, we embrace that, and we will continue to move forward, and we will look at this language. We will look at this language that talks about behaviors that can hurt another student, that can hurt another individual in our school district. And when we're in full support of that.
Mr. Rubin.
Thank you. I have two comments to say. I have submitted some questions regarding the Code of Conduct. We received a document. Those questions were submitted on Friday. We received these updated packet today. For that reason alone, I haven't had a chance to review it. For that reason alone, I will not vote to pass this right now. But secondly, I would also say that, in my opinion, that taking away recess is counter to the concept that we've tried to do with PBIS. I don't see where the two mesh together. So I would not vote to pass this right now. I would agree with Mrs. Pelton that this needs to be reworked and go back to committee.
Are we ready to vote? Or does someone wish to make a motion to table this for another time?
I'd like to make a motion that this go back to committee and that this representation be given to us, if possible, at our next board meeting.
Mr. Lumia. Okay, Mr. Lumia seconded. Any discussion? All right, all those in favor of tabling it? Mr. Lumia, Mrs. Pelton, Mrs. Karat, Mr. Rubin, Mrs. Laval, Dr. Risby. Those opposed to tabling? Those abstaining? Mrs. Kelland and Mr. Soma. The next item on the agenda is public comments on agenda items. We have another 30 minutes, and since there was some confusion during the last comment period, I'm going to go over the rules. Please limit your comments to 3 minutes at the mic. The public comment period is a time slot set aside on the agenda for citizens to address the Board of Education. The Open Meetings Law does not require that citizens be allowed to participate and speak at Board of Education meetings other than public hearings. That's what we just had, a public hearing. The law specifies that the public has a right to attend board meetings except for executive sessions. The procedure for public comment is outlined in Board Policy number 1230, Citizen Participation. A total of 30 minutes is set aside for public comment at the beginning and end of the meeting. The maximum time allowed for any one speaker is 3 minutes. Public comments at the beginning of the meeting are limited to items on the agenda. Persons who wish to participate in the public comment portion of the meeting must state their name and the specific topic about which they wish to speak. As speakers must limit comments to issues appropriate for public discussion, compliments or complaints about student discipline, specific student issues, or personnel must not be addressed during public comment. Interruption of board discussion is not permitted. In the interest of civility and respect for different points of view, outbursts from the audience, applause, or other types of disturbances or disruptions are not permitted. Under no circumstances will booing be tolerated. The Board of Education recognizes its responsibility to hear and respond to public comment. As stated in Board Policy Number 1230, the Board is not able to answer questions at the meetings, but welcomes your statements. Any questions from the public should be submitted through the use of the public comment form, which may be obtained online or at the desk with the district clerk. Responses will be provided within 2 business days on the district's public comment responses page so that everyone may receive the information. Okay. All right, if you wish to speak, please come to the mic.
This will speed it up a little bit, we'll just pass it along. My name is George Morton, I live in Hopewell Junction. I don't know your name, but I agree with much of what you said. The last time the United States did something as bold as this, it was when I was in college in the 1960s. LBJ created what I call putting the black people back on the plantation. He convinced, I went to school in Washington, D.C. The black people in 1967 were the most conservative. After LBJ did his master work on the black community and a lot of white people, we saw the entire society collapse. Our big problem in schools, the falling apart family. If I were running for president, the first thing I'd do on my campaign is go to federal prison. Go to federal prison. See the children of that generation, thank you LBJ. And now we're having the same thing. This isn't a public school board, this is a government school board.
Excuse me, sir, but it has to be about an agenda item.
And the agenda item is this.
Okay.
Is this. Part of it was about transgender. Is that biological science or is that political science?
Excuse me, but that's not actually on the agenda. Could you tell us which item on the agenda you're addressing?
I'm addressing the fact that the code does not truly benefit the
code
students.
of conduct, thank you.
And by way of not benefiting the students, it does not directly enough benefit families. I am certainly happy by the 5 or 6 members of the board who said, hey, take another look at it. It needs it too. It's a government school. They can take your rights away. Just like that. They can use you the way the LBJ used the government to destroy the black family. Go to Newburgh. Go into Poughkeepsie. See yourself in 25 years if the government does it to you. They could be anti-gay like that. Like that. Thank you for your time. God bless you all.
Can you hear me? First of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Karen Terry, and I am very proud of you for standing up for your beliefs.
Could you speak a little louder, please?
Yes.
It's being recorded.
Okay. Yes. I just wanted to let Ann know that I'm very proud of her for standing up to a board that's clearly evil. And also, the children today are confused because of confused members like you. Okay.
Excuse me, ma'am, but you're not supposed to address board members by name.
I didn't. I just said the board.
Yes, you did. Okay, so if you just tell us what you'd like to share with us, that would be appreciated. Thank you.
No, I'm just saying that you're confusing the children, okay? God created them male and female. Thank you.
My name is Reverend Bill Benucci. I'm the president of Marriage and Family Savers Institute in Newburgh, New York. And I'm here today because we have many of your families who come to us for help because of the problems they have with dysfunction in their own families in need of healing. And when they come to us, whether they're gay, straight, or whatever, what unites us is the fact that we are one nation under God. And if we decide, it was James Wilson, Supreme Court Justice, who said that civic law must be consistent with divine law. So when we talk about policies, whether it be school policies or state policies, we need to measure them against the standard of our founders. And they've given us certain standards, and if we begin to trash those standards, then all of a sudden we begin to become gods unto ourselves. And unfortunately, we're not that wise to know what's best for our own children. So my encouragement to you was to understand that there is such a thing as morality. And morality is telling us what's right and what's wrong. And there still is an absolute. If we throw that away, then everything becomes relative. And before you know it, we're off in directions that we never would have imagined. So my encouragement to the board is to think about what's right and what's wrong. And regardless of popular opinion, regardless of what Albany dictates, take a stand in your own conscience for what you believe is right. Because if you don't, our children and our grandchildren will pay the price for the lack of stamina that we have today. I implore you to do that.
Hi, my name is Jack Irvin. I am a student at John Jay High School, and I would like to speak in support of the DASA and discuss the disagreement. And because recently a certain member of the board has spoken in hate towards the LGBT plus community. A very close friend of mine decided to speak out against this hate speech in a call for acceptance. In return, this board member has argued that support for my friend promotes that her freedom of speech is more valid than this board member's freedom of speech. Well, all of my life, my parents told me that if you didn't have anything nice to say, you should not say anything at all.
Stop calling her hate.
The Supreme Court of the United States...
Excuse me, but I didn't permit anyone to interrupt you, so please don't interrupt them either. Okay, please don't.
The Supreme Court of the United States happens to agree with that. It's shown in the case Chaplinsky versus New Hampshire, the ruling of which states that speech is unprotected if it includes fighting words. Such fighting words are described as words that provoke a fight and are likely seen to be a direct personal insult. Speaking on behalf of the LGBT plus community, this board member's hate speech is most definitely seen as a direct personal insult to all of us, and on top of that, a direct personal insult to my friend.
Excuse me, but we don't address individual members of the board, so, say whatever you feel, but we're not making
Okay,
attacks
I didn't reference anyone by name.
I understand, but, it's obvious, okay? Thank you.
Okay. Well, I think that the students of the Wappinger Central School District should feel safe in school on a daily basis. And as a proud member of the LGBT plus community, I stand with acceptance. And I hope to see acceptance only continue to expand, not contract. Thank you.
I'd like to touch upon the uprising issue of the gender neutrality in our schools. I'm all about live and let live. I can't do it this way. I have to hold my paper. What I do not and cannot understand is the things that you should be changing, you don't change, and the things that should not be changed, you change. It's almost as if it's an intentional pot stir. Like I stated earlier, school is not a social experiment. You cannot have children of all ages mixed in locker rooms and bathrooms because it's the new thing to do and to make everyone happy. I'm sorry, but this does not work on so many levels. One, because it's a safety issue and for a gamut of reasons for everyone involved. Two, stop trying to confuse children when they're trying to just start out going out trying to figure out who they are, what they're feeling, and why they're feeling it. School isn't a place to have a gender-neutral bathroom or a locker room, in my opinion. In my opinion. However, I am totally for having separate bathrooms for someone who isn't comfortable being in either specifically designated room. They don't need to be mixed together. at a pubescent age are fragile, let alone with raging hormones and emotional needs. A child going through puberty is learning. They're learning about themselves. They're learning about their friends. These stages are very self-conscious and awkward normally. Why add more confusion that doesn't need to be? You all may think that I'm against you. I'm not. I have family who may be gay. I'm not going to call them out, but I think what you do and how you are and who you want to be is amazing. Just think about what you're doing, though, and the legacy you're leaving for the little ones that are still in school. That's all I ask of you. Think about what you're leaving for the little ones. They don't know who they are just yet.
My name is Laurel Becker. I've been a resident of the school district since the 70s. I've been an employee of it since 1979. And I've just finished my 43rd year as a special education teacher. 1 year left. And I want to address some of the comments that were made tonight in regard particularly to the behavior code and just respond from my perspective. And I'm also, by the way, a parent of a protection graduate who did very well in our school district, I'm proud to say. Early in the evening, one of the speakers addressed the local parentis issue, actually addressed many times during the evening. And I just want to remind these people that as a teacher, I am required, I am what's called a mandated reporter. So that comment about calling CPS if there is an issue that I, as a teacher, see with one of my students or see in my school, I'm required to do that. First of all, it's the right thing to do because protecting children comes before any parent's feelings. And secondly, if I chose not to do it, I'd be putting my certification at risk. But most importantly, you do it because it's the right thing to do. And somebody made a comment about teachers adopting all of their children. I'm quite frankly, I've already adopted children, and I love that I had that experience. But I don't want your kids, okay? Feel safe, they're yours, all right? Somebody else also, again in response to how this behavior code is being implemented, someone made a comment about the school board being dictatorial in jamming this down people's throats. No, they're not. You elected them. You do have a say in what goes on in the school district. And if you took the time to vote every year the way you should, you might have had a bigger say in what's going on in years past. I can't speak for anybody individually. I remember many years ago being in Kmart in August, and there were 2 or 3 parents who were shopping together complaining that they had to spend money on school supplies. This was in the 80s when we were turning down budgets one after another. And I, being someone outspoken, I went over to them and I said, excuse me, did you vote for the budget in this year's spring election? And they looked at me and they said, no, of course not. I said, well, if you did, it would have cost you $20 a year in your tax bill to get the supplies that you're now spending, what, $100 on because you've got 2 or 3 or 4 children? So you do have a say. Use it. And those family values, that's something, again, people are addressing because they don't like the way that the behavior code is addressing some of the ways that we need to discipline your children. Yeah, family values are important, but it includes everybody's family, not just your own. And morality is in the eye of the beholder. And I may not agree with you, but that doesn't mean I think you're immoral. It just means we disagree. And again, most parents do not want it, most teachers do not want to be parents to your children. I can say that with 43 years of experience. Please let me know when I'm done. I will stop immediately. But keep in mind, am I there? Okay, thank you.
Good evening. My name is Kelly Burns, and my child is starting kindergarten in the district in the fall, and we stand with pride. I'd like to comment on the code of conduct. My child isn't even 5 yet, and they get it. With an open heart, an open mind, and open arms, they get it. I want my child to go to a school where they don't fear for the lives of their family, their friends, and their allies. I want my child to go to a school where they and their loved ones won't be taunted and bullied for their sexual orientation or their gender identification. I want my child to go to a school where they don't hear things like, being gay was your choice. You decided to be like this, and you're going to hell. for living their life and supporting how others live theirs. DASA, dignity for all students. Seeking equal rights for the LGBTQ community is not discrimination and prejudice against straight and cisgender people. Please remember that while the First Amendment may protect one's freedom of speech, it does not mean that they will not be held accountable for their words, especially when the speech in question is hate speech. The offensive homophobic comments and remarks I have seen posted on social media by a board member, both publicly and privately, are frightening, scary, and reprehensible. I understand that different people have different interpretations of facts, but when their harmful and dangerous views are used to make decisions for our children, we need to speak up. When someone can effectively make unbiased decisions for our district, we need to speak up. When such hateful, threatening, and aggressive words are said that people are afraid to come here tonight to support the Pride Club and our community, we need to speak up. Enough is enough. I'm here to say this is not okay and something needs to be done. It is okay to doubt what you have been taught to believe, and change needs to start tonight. Thank you.
Hi. So in the mission statement, it is stated that the board believes embracing diversity in all its forms enriches the human experience. I ask very sincerely, how are we embracing diversity if every time it comes up, we squander it down? There's been some comments made about getting emotional and, just lashing out praise, so I'm going to be very practical for a second. I'm going to give you a list of colleges. Binghamton University, Cornell University, Dartmouth College, Ithaca College, NYU, Oberlin College, SUNY Albany, SUNY Oneonta, SUNY Geneseo, Vassar College. These are all colleges that RCK students that are currently graduating will be attending in the fall. They're some of the best colleges in the nation, and we are so proud to have them in our list. Another fun fact is that these are also colleges that have gender-neutral bathrooms. If you don't offer this sort of knowledge or this sort of education to your students, they're going to go out into the real world and they're not going to know what's going on in these amazing institutions that they should have every right to thrive in. It's not just for LGBTQ students, it's for straight students as well. They deserve to know what's going on. If they have a boss that identifies that way, they don't want to be lost behind. That's all I'm going to say. Thank you.
Ooh, there we go. Okay. Hi, so I want to continue a little bit of what I started to say before, and there seems to be some concern over the fact that Roy C. Ketchum has a Pride Club, and I just wanted to talk a little bit more about what the Pride Club is and what we do. Of course, this ties directly into DASA, because under DASA, each school needs to have committees and discuss how they're going to handle anti-bullying. I wanted to tell you a little bit about our membership. It's comprised of members of the LGBTQ+ community and their straight, cisgendered allies. For those of you who were new to the terminology, cisgendered means people who identify with the gender they were born with. And yes, we need new language to express our inclusive values. Language is always changing to reflect the society in which we live. That is the nature of language. Our Pride Club is pretty much a support group and a discussion group. We start every meeting with what we call check-ins to see how everyone is doing and to discuss what we've noticed in the community and the rest of the world with regards to the LGBTQ community and issues. We discuss bullying and harassment and how to handle it in ways that don't escalate the situation. It is one of our rules that we never discuss people by name because we do not want to devolve into a group gossip session. We do, however, feel that it is fair to discuss names of politicians and other political figures who already have their message out there for public discourse. We feel strongly that we should always speak respectfully about the issues. We do not allow name-calling or violent, aggressive speech about anybody. We are a group of individuals who discuss and debate the norms of our society and what happens when we or others do not conform. We have ally workshops that we open to the entire school community and to help build awareness of what it means to be supportive of the LGBTQ+ community. It is a warm, supportive environment for all students and adults in the building who join us for our workshops and our meetings. As a group, we discuss the rights of transgender and gender nonconforming people and what changes might need to take place in our schools and other public spaces across America. We recognize how difficult change is for most people to accept. In fact, the issue of acceptance is something that many members of our group deal with in their own homes. The members of our club know all too well that acceptance of gender difference and sexual preference is a process that requires patience and understanding. Thank you.
My name is Kate Turner, and I'm here representing the class of 2012 student government. Before I say anything further, please understand I've come here without any hostile intentions, only honest and heartfelt ones. I graduated from Ketchum in 2012. This year I graduated from college. In my 4 years at the university I attended, I became an ally and a supporter for the LGBTQIA community. After taking a pledge to protect this community, I feel it's my responsibility to stand up and defend my friends. In spirit of solidarity against the comments made on May 3rd, 2016, I would implore the entire board of WCSD trustees support the ongoing petition regarding the hurtful and harmful comments that have been made. I would caution each and every one of you that not just a public official, but any person who discriminates against any individual is exposing our entire school district to complaints being filed with the New York State Division of Human Rights and the United States Department of Justice Office of Civil Rights. By disregarding New York State and federal law, including Title IX, will certainly subject WCSD to being investigated by both agencies and subject the school district to litigation. Previously, having been a class officer, I feel it is my moral obligation to stand up for my fellow classmates and current students in our district. I understand some people here identify as Christians, and I too am a Christian woman. With that said, I will pray that those who could not find it in themselves before find the ability to open their mind and find a loving heart toward the letters community. Thank you.
Roisin Druda again. I'm going to have to severely truncate what I said because I realized that a person's name is throughout that I forgot that was the First Amendment was written to restrict the government from suppressing grievances and action brought up against it from the citizens who are rightfully in charge of their government. It is not to be used to suppress other citizens who disagree on an issue or voice concern over issues. A certain board member brought up asking that we halt a vote to allow gender neutrality in restrooms and locker rooms and education of social orientation choices upon our children, starting as young as kindergarten, for further discussion in the implications of these top-down federal mandates. That was ignored and dismissed. If we take all federal mandates, what's the point of local control of the states or the separation of powers? What's the point of the Constitution? This board already acts as if our voice doesn't matter, yet coddling the voice of a minority of people and grossly ignoring another segment of the population. And the only reason this board sits is because of the vote of the people. So I am asking that the board continue to have meaningful discussion in regards to this issue. It is one that we as a community need to have, not to spread hate, not to spread bigotry, which the meaning of the word is a person who is intolerant towards those holding different opinions. So aren't those who are in fact attacking a certain board member in fact themselves bigoted? Those are the questions that we need to ask. These are the things that we need to discuss. We need to be open if we are going to make decisions as a community, especially because you are voted, elected representatives of this community. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Paul Agins. I'm a lifelong resident of the town of East Fishkill and Wappinger Central School District. I'd like to talk about DASA and how it applies to the code of conduct and general neutrality. I know these aren't easy issues to deal with, and I think they deserve our open discussion. Sorry, I took some notes. My wife asked me to talk because we had a conversation about this weekend. They're very, very hard issues to deal with, and how do we as a community best support and protect the people that are in the minority. I don't have transgender children. I'm a stepfather to 2 wonderful girls that I have the privilege and the responsibility to be a co-parent to. I don't know what it's like to have a child that has to go through that. I can only imagine what they must endure during the course of the day when they're faced with intolerance, misunderstanding, fear, anger, rejection, bigotry, and bullying. My heart aches for any child that's victimized, no matter the reason. Again, I can only imagine the anguish their parents must feel. We all want the best for our children. Our every instinct drives us to keep them safe, to protect them from danger, to defend them from those who would do them harm. We die for them without a thought, and we protect them from any threat, ferociously when needed. Having a child who doesn't fit the current standards of normal only increases the threats they may be exposed to. My wife Tracy and I have discussed this at length. We're concerned for our own children, of course, but we can't in good conscience ignore the legitimate concerns of those who find themselves in the minority. So my wife asked me, honestly, Paul, if this was our child, what would you do? Wouldn't you fight for the rights of your transgender child? She said she wasn't sure where she fell on it. The only way for her to be sure was to imagine it was her child. I have 2 stepdaughters. The only way for me to really honestly answer this would be to imagine that one was transgender and one wasn't. They're 4 years apart. They share the bathroom. They've spent most of their lives in the bathroom together. God knows I've spent enough time waiting to get into it myself. Sometimes their mother's in there with them. We only have one on the same floor with the bedrooms, so if I don't get in first, I'm kind of stuck waiting for a while. But if I had one biological boy who identified as female, I would love that child. I would support that child. I would do everything I can to keep them safe. But I'd love both my children equally. I can't imagine a situation where I would tell my 14-year-old stepdaughter that it's okay to be naked in the bathroom with her 18-year-old biological brother, even if we treat them as sisters. That's just my imagination. It might be wrong, but that's the way I looked at it. My wife agreed, but I have 2 seconds. My wife agreed, and I said, well, I guess we do know where we stand. In this purely hypothetical case, I couldn't put one of my child's rights ahead of the other. Hypothetical as it is, if this is what we do in our own home, how could we do it differently in our schools? So all I ask is that we have an open discussion about how this will affect everybody before we make decisions that can have massive unintended consequences. I've got nothing but love in my heart for all members of our community. And I just ask that we please have an open discussion and that we don't vilify anybody who asks that we talk about the issues. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Mary Johnston. I've been a Wappingers resident for 35 years. I had 2 kids that went through Ketchum 10 and 12 years ago. They're both very successful, and they went through school at a time when there wasn't such upheaval. There's lots of things I could talk about, as one of the board members knows, but the one thing that really sticks to me is this in loco parentis. I would never sign that book. I would go and get a notarized statement saying I do not agree that anyone usurp my authority as a parent. Not a teacher, not an administrator, not the board, not the superintendent. I am the parent. That's it.
Good evening. My name is Matthew Castellanova, and I am a proud and openly member of the LGBTQ+ community. And I just want to start off, I'm not trying to put anybody down for anybody's belief. I'm a strong believer, and I've always been taught that everybody has the right to their own opinion. But I do want to say that being told by anybody who has any type of authority over yourself that you are not allowed to be yourself is one of the most disheartening experiences that anybody could face. I'm very thankful to be around the multitude of friends and accepting people and my family members that I have. And bear with me, I'm speaking out of my heart, but I want to express that the LGBTQ plus community does not have an agenda. We're not trying to sterilize any type of culture. We just want to be ourselves, and we want to be able to express ourselves and be proud to be open in a society where in multiple cases, like in 1998 with Matthew Shepard, and even now with the massacre in Orlando, that we should not be scared to be ourselves, and we shouldn't have to worry about people coming into our lives and telling us, no, it is not okay to be yourself. Thank you.
All right, I'm sorry, but that 30 minutes time is up. We will have another 30 minutes for public comments after the rest of the agenda. It'll come. All right.
I was waiting. Can I just say one really quick thing?
I'm sorry, but we...
One more. One more comment. Just one more. One more. On the topic.
Well, I'm sorry, but if... Okay, you'll let her go? Okay, the person behind you will let you go. Okay, very quick. How about a minute, okay? All right, thanks.
All right, thank you. Hi, my name is Julia Henning. I just got out of 8th grade in Van Wyck, and I'm going to be attending John Jay next year. And I just want to say that I highly respect all the people that came for the LGBT community here. But I have a question. Why aren't there this many people for just our education in general? I understand that it's very controversial that transgender people need to use a bathroom, and I'm all for having a separate gender-neutral bathroom. But I'm way more concerned for my education than I am for someone to be using a bathroom or not. And these people are trying to kick the one person off of the board that is actually giving me a ray of hope to actually have a good education. Because the rest of the people on the school board are evil. Thank you.
The next item on the agenda are communications and announcements received by the Board of Education. Mrs. Lavelle?
I'd like to thank everybody who came out and spoke tonight, because the very essence of my message is that we need to have this conversation. So I appreciate that our students felt compelled to come and express their concerns. I'm happy to be here listening, but I hear some contradiction in what's being said. I'm hearing tolerance and then accusations of hate. I'm hearing that the Pride Club feels intimidated, and yet this might be the largest crowd I've ever seen at a school board meeting. I'm hearing all students, dignity for all students, but then a list that every student isn't on. I'm not sure anybody in this room was less comfortable walking in here tonight than I was. I'm a little concerned about how our Christian students feel. They don't have a club that has the freedom or feels content and comfortable enough to come and express their religious or concerns or their social concerns with these new policies, they're not here. Maybe they're not here because they don't have that level of passion. Maybe they're not here because they're not comfortable being here. But again, I want to have this conversation. I don't want such a large population of students to feel as though seeking to have the conversation is the equivalent of a hatred or a lack of acceptance or a lack of a willingness to recognize every student's, the title of the legislation is dignity. Can we acknowledge each other's dignity without drawing these lines? Can we truly say all students? If we can say all students, then we don't need a list. I think we need to talk about getting rid of the list because I don't think the list is inclusive. I think the list is exclusive. And I hope we can continue the dialogue.
As a Christian who is very active in my church, I would like to say that I think to assume that all Christians agree with you, Mrs. Laval, would be quite inaccurate. Clearly we have different interpretations of the words of our Savior Jesus Christ, but I understood that God is love, to quote John, and that we should not be casting stones. So that is my understanding of Christianity. It may not be yours, but I'm sure we can just agree to disagree because we have different ideas on what's correct. All right, excuse me. I don't think we should be lumping all Christians together any more than we lump all LGBT people or anyone else. Okay, we have different views. That's it. Okay, I'm saying that we have different views. We have different views, and I felt obliged to defend those Christians who did not all agree with this, just as I'm sure there are many people of other groups that disagree. All right, yes. Okay, and yes.
I didn't suggest any such thing. I was branded without reference to my faith in my comments of being religious bigot and hateful. That was a brand attached to my religion when my religion was not part of my rationale for why we need to continue this dialogue. I'm not assuming every Christian holds the same beliefs as I do. I don't think every LGBT community person holds the same views as the people who are represented here. I think we need to stop with the labels, stop with the branding, and have the conversation about what the implications are of the decisions that we're adopting without assuming negative intent on behalf of the simple suggestion that we have the conversation.
Mr. Selma. Okay, Dr. Risby.
I attended Van White Junior High School moving up ceremony. Congratulations to all students for their hard work and dedication, and also to the parents and teachers for their support and encouragement. My special thanks to Dr. Shuket and his administration for doing a great job. Dr. Shuket is an excellent principal. He is an asset to this community. Very impressive to see these young students contributing to robotic competition, mock presidential importance to the lives of young people, technological innovation and creativity. 3 students from Van White got first position in Duchess Science Fair this year. In his speech, he said, one day one of the Van White students will be a president of the United States. And he's very right. If we have a principal like him, it can happen. I was invited as a Muslim speaker by Dutchess County Legislature for vigil dedicated to Orlando victims. This was one of the most horrific acts of violence and brutality. There are no words to express the loss and grief of innocent human lives. Islam strongly prohibits killing of innocent people. We as Muslims stand together with the rest of America in solidarity against homophobia and Islamophobia. We need to fight fight against terrorism regardless of religion, sexual orientation, faith, ethnicity, or cultural background, rather than wasting our energy on negative emotions such as hate, fear, and anger for each other, which is dividing us, and that's what these terrorists want. I stand here today along with all of us looking for peace and justice in the world, and to pray for our community, our family, our children, our country, and the whole world for love, kindness, peace, and tolerance for each other. Today is my last board meeting, and it has been honored to serve school children. I remember my daughter started as a kindergarten, Fishkill Elementary School. Now she is at John Jay, going into 11th grade. Time flies. She has enjoyed each and every moment so far of her school life. As a parent of Wappinger Central School District, I am proud to say Wappinger Central School District has created a very protective and healthy environment for the students. It's amazing to see how these students grow into mature, inspiring, and sensitive adults. I would like to thank Mr. Carrion, Dr. Bong, Mr. Lukima, Dr. Carvel, Mr. Zip, and Mr. Mensch for doing a great job. I asked for a meeting with all of them for my vision and goal, and I found all of them very receptive, always willing to work with new ideas and thought, and especially if it comes for the best interest of the student. My special moment was when I invited Mr. Carrion and the staff to an event in the mosque about anti-Muslim sentiment affecting Muslim children going through identity crisis. Title was All for One and One for All, United We Stand, Divided We Fall. Mr. Carrion was very understanding and sensitive on this issue. He called for a meeting before the event to discuss how we can help these Muslim children. He came with close to 25 staff board members, and Mr. Rubin, Mr. Lumia, and Ms. Karat came also. More than 200 people from different faith and religion came to join hands to deliver a message of peace, love, kindness, and tolerance for each other. My special thanks to Ms. Pedro for her kindness and dedication, and very pleasant to work with. Thanks to Mrs. King and her staff for handling the two recent incidences at John Jay so well. Mrs. King is very receptive, approachable, and action-oriented. Thanks to all my board members and colleagues for supporting me on college readiness and parents' night and after-school tutoring for high school students. My special thanks to Mr. Rubin, Ms. Pelton, Mr. Lunia, Mrs. Hardman, and Mr. Soma, and Ms. Kellen for supporting me on school wellness, healthy living awareness, common core implementation issues, and parents' night. Lastly, I would like to thank parents, teachers, and teachers of Congress, especially Mr. Pescali and the Wappinger community for giving me this beautiful opportunity to serve school children. Serving the school as a board member was a challenging position with a very broad learning curve. And I worked hard and tried to the best of my capability to give the best to our children. And it was a humbling experience with a lot of learning, and again I thank you for the opportunity to have served. Thank you. May God bless you all.
Thank you, Dr. Risby, and we all thank you, but we can't applaud. All right, Mr. Lemire.
I'd like to first of all, a moment of silence for one of the teachers that passed away, Maggie Kakamo. So please have a moment of silence. I'd like to thank both Dr. Risby and Soma for serving on this board. You're both good human beings. You're definitely not evil. Last but not least, I'd like to congratulate the RCK baseball team. They made it to the state semifinals. They lost, but they had a fantastic season, so congratulations to all the students and the coaches of that team. It seems like every year they go to the state meet. So hopefully next year we will be on the semifinals and into the finals. Congratulations once again to the RCK baseball team. That's all I think I said.
Mrs. Pelton?
Very quickly, I just wanted to say it's a real pleasure to see so many young faces at a school board meeting, and it's even better to hear your voices and taking a part in our community. And on a lighter, not necessarily a lighter note, but also like to extend a thank you to our food service director, Mr. Flesser. There was an issue with flushing, and he has followed up and he has reached out to the company. They have a dye-free product, so thank you, Mr. Flesser.
Mrs. Karat?
Yes, I attended on June 10th, Friday morning, the graduation of the BOCES Beta program in Poughkeepsie, and 5 of the graduates are from our district, and congratulations to all 5 of them for all their hard work. And I was privileged to attend their graduation. It was quite an experience.
Mr. Rubin?
Thank you, Mrs. President. As an individual, I took the opportunity to reach out to the offices of Sue Serino, Dee Dee Barrett, and Senator Layler to get more information on the transgender laws as they're affecting us. And I will say that of those 3, only Senator Layler got back to me with information, and I applaud him for that. I hope to be going next month to a New York State School Board sponsored conference, I guess, if the board will approve it. That will be going about a number of issues, including this. I had the opportunity, as our representative for Dutchess County BOCES, to attend the graduation of their school of nursing. It was very impressive. Their CPI award ceremony was also very impressive. I attended our moving up day at Wappingers Junior High School. Congratulations to those kids. They've been through a lot. The Odyssey Literary National Honor Society at RCK, I attended that award ceremony. I also went to RCK where they had a small ceremony for an exchange student that was there, and he was going back home. It was a really nice ceremony as well. I had the opportunity to attend a Fishkill Elementary School. They had Hugs Day, and it was a great field day. The kids were having a lot of fun. And I would also like to just applaud again Mr. Holland, Richard Holland, who supplied buglers to my Veterans Post for the Memorial Day. We gave him certificates of appreciation for those children.
I also attended the English Honor Society at RCK. It was their first year, and they worked very hard to become a chapter in a very short time. And it was delightful to hear the students read some of their original compositions. They were really interesting, very good. I attended Hugs Day at Fishkill Elementary School and Moving Up Day at Van Wyck and the Beta graduation. And I also, in addition, I had the opportunity to go with Mr. Carrion and observe while he had exit interviews with a representative group of seniors, first at John Jay and then at RCK. And the seniors gave us a lot of very good suggestions. Some things, it's interesting, it sounded just like what we would have said when I graduated from high school eons ago, and other things were up to date, but they're all very good suggestions, and we appreciated hearing their input as they're leaving our school system and hope to implement their suggestions in the coming years. And I would like to thank again Mr. Selma and Dr. Risby for their service on the board. It's been a delight to work with them because they are always thoughtful, reasonable, do their homework, and contributed a great deal to the discussions and the decisions of the board for the last several years. So thank you again.
Thank you. Thank you.
The next item on the agenda is the superintendent's report.
Good evening, Madam President, Board of Education, community, students. Before I get started with my official superintendent's report, I want to take a moment to really thank Mr. Soma and Dr. Risby for their commitment to our district. And I have to agree that I've met people along the way in this journey, and besides the two of you authentically nice people, you have integrity, and you have always put our students first, and have always made decisions that I feel in my heart came in terms of making sure good things happen for all of our students. With that said too, I'd like to make a statement, and I'm not a board member, and I look at my administrators, I look at my colleagues, my teachers that are sitting here as well, and I think about all the students. And I saw an individual in the audience where I'm not going to say anything, but whenever there was a moment to silence, that individual made the sign of the cross. I'm not Catholic, but I know what the sign of the cross looks like. And what that says to me is that this individual respects life. What I'd like to share today is super important. And it is that the board, the community, as you speak, and you speak of your belief systems and what you would like to see happen, I'd like to share with you what happens with our administrators and what it is that we do in our district. And in our district, we make sure we follow that mission statement, and we follow our core values, and we understand that all of our students matter. And sometimes, whether you delineate the name of the student or not, they're all of our students. I'd like to share something just very quickly. Since I was a little boy in this country, regardless of who the commander-in-chief was, and in the military, we have people from all walks of life coming into the military, different religions, gender, color, over time. And everybody must salute our commander-in-chief. That means, what I'm trying to get at is that we have a responsibility as educators to salute every single child in our school district, because we don't salute some and we don't salute others, and we salute others. We salute every single child in our school district, and we do understand. And what I have said is that when you get a paycheck in this district, you have to understand from 8 to 3 o'clock that all of our students matter. And the bottom line is that no one should be disrespecting anyone. We come to school so that you can feel safe, so that you can feel that you can come in with a smile on your face and get yourself a great education and see your friends and your relatives and your teachers, people who you care about on a daily basis. And I urge you that what you have spoken about today, to make sure you live by those values as well. That in turn, nobody should be disrespected. And the best way to do that is by modeling who you are as a wonderful human being, regardless of what walk of life and what journey you have been put in to walk in this world. So I commend all of our students, and I commend all of our families who have allowed for their children to come here and have a voice. Now I'm going to get to the K-6 configuration official superintendent's report. But I don't think I would be able to live with myself if I wasn't able to share that our core values are for all of our children in our school district. Okay, they're getting that emotional. K through 6 configuration. It's amazing that this was also a very difficult time for our communities when we were talking about really creating a K through 6 configuration update. So this is our update report, and it'll be presented by Jose Carrion, Superintendent of Schools, me, and Darren Lopin, Assistant Superintendent for Compliance and Information Systems. As you can see, what I'd like to show you is when we talk about maximum class size, we're basically talking about the contractual rate. Every school district, I don't think there's a school district in New York State that in their teacher's contract doesn't stipulate the maximum number of students that can be in a classroom. Now, some schools have different rules and formulas. Let me just share something quickly about the Wappinger Central School District. As you can see on the right, contractually, 50% of classroom sections in elementary schools can increase their size, their class size by 2 students. As a result of this, WCSD has utilized this clause to maximize class sizes. So let's just say that there are 20 classrooms in Fishkill Plains. Hey, Mr. Stein. Let's say there's 20 classrooms in Fishkill Plains. 10 of those classrooms before October 1st, if the maximum class size for kindergarten is 25 students, you can take 10 of the 20 classrooms and add an additional 2 students. You can't exceed that formula. Therefore, although you see what it says contractually, to the right you see the extra 2 numbers. So in kindergarten, we can go up to 25 students, kindergarten and 1st grade, 2nd and 3rd grade 26, and 4th, 5th, and 6th grade up to 27. But we can take, in a school, let's say, of 20 sections, 20 classrooms, we can add an additional 2 classrooms to 10 of those classes. That's why in many of our schools, we saw kindergarten with 27 students. I believe we have some teachers here that will confirm what it is that I'm indicating right now. So if we go on to the next page, what we'd like to show you here is just a chart, and it's on our website, but it really indicates all the different types of special education programs that we have in our district. And what I'd like to do is just show you all the ones that are highlighted in color. Because the ones that are highlighted in color, where you see ICT before the number, that means integrated co-teaching. Meaning that you have up to 12 students that can have an IEP, an individualized education plan, a student with disability, and the rest of the population in the class are general education students. We call that in our school district ICT, some people call it inclusion. The reason why I'm showing you our programs is so that you can get a better understanding of the data that's about to come. So for our general education classes, when and as educators we talk sections also. We go back and forth from saying classrooms or sections. This excludes the ICT classes that you saw in the previous page. So in kindergarten, all the way down to the 6th grade, for this school year, we have a total of 5,379 students. In the district, excluding ICT classes, from kindergarten to 6th grade, we have 181 classrooms, or how we refer to them as sections as well. We kept our promise. We kept our promise, and I'm grateful to one of our parents who came to one of the budget meetings and indicated, Mr. Carrion, you and your team, you kept your promise. And in all of our kindergarten classes and 1st grade classes in general ed sections, we had an average of 21 in kindergarten and an average of 20 students. And as you can see, the average continues for the other grade levels this school year. Now, what happens in an ICT class is that you not only have one teacher, you have two teachers in an ICT class. Therefore, in an ICT class, we can increase the class average, the teacher-to-student ratio. However, you don't see extreme numbers. This is the class averages from kindergarten to 6th grade with two teachers in the classroom. Now, some of you may sit here, and I don't want you to think that we're telling you a tale. Some of you may be sitting here and say, but wait a minute, in my child's school, there's a class of 29 students. That is true. That is an anomaly. But that was more like the norm prior to this reconfiguration of the school district all being K through 6 and Vassar Henry, as we call it now, Vassar Henry, a sister school. So we're not going to put on the mask here and say that did not exist, but it was no longer the norm or close to the norm of seeing these types of classes that were so high in numbers. As we move now over to the projections for 2016-17, we can still see the success that is continuing. We have registered the majority of our kindergarten students. Of course, we have students who still leave. We have students who move into the community. But what we are projecting thus far, and that word projections is in there purposely, right now we are averaging 19 students in kindergarten, 20 students in 1st grade, 22 students in 2nd grade, and as you see, we keep moving forward. The numbers increase, but the class size max that you saw on the very first page are a lot higher as you go up in grade. Let's go to the ICT classes, and you will see the projection also in terms of co-teaching sections. And my administrators, my colleagues know that I always feel like I don't like to regurgitate information. You can see it, you can count the numbers, and decipher for yourself the class averages that you see in the spreadsheet. One thing that I also like to point out is that when we did this, we started off with 220 general education classroom teachers, as well as an additional, I believe, 18 classrooms for integrated co-teaching, so special education teachers. What we did need was an additional teacher we had asked for. We went from 220 teachers in previous years with classes of 27, 28, 29 students in the classroom, requesting one additional teacher and making this happen. When, for those of you who paid attention or watched our board meetings throughout the entire time we developed a budget, we did indicate to the Board of Education and to the community, we're not saying goodbye to teachers. We're going to keep going in this trajectory, and we're going to keep lowering class sizes. We cannot have the class sizes in this district and try to continue to create a high success of student achievement and success. So we go on to the next page, and now talking about that very first page that talked about classroom size and contractual limits. 2014-15 school year, we started off with 17 sections that exceeded the contractual limits. In the 2015-16 school year, which is this school year, we went down 4 sections and we're at 13. In the 2016-17 school year, we're now down to 4 sections. And the reason why you see an asterisk there is, for those of you who may have seen presentations about the budget, we indicated that we were hiring an additional 3 English as a new language teachers. Myers holding one of our programs. In addition to that, as a center, an additional teacher will go there to assist in the fact that that number is 4. If those students were not identified as ENL students, they would be in their home school, and that number would be 1. that number would be 1 over the class exceeding the contractual limits in our school district. So therefore, boundary notices. Okay, I got an email from a parent this morning that indicated, hey, Jose, Roberts Road, originally Evans went to Myers without Board of Education notification approval approximately 5 years ago. Well, as we started this work like 3 years ago, we've been looking to say, where does it say Roberts Road, Roberts Road? And what we noticed was that there was, and hello, Ms. Hernandez, there was, 5 years ago, a resolution that indicated all students east of Myers, all students east of Route 9 will attend Myers. Now, if we did that, we would be saying goodbye to half of the school at Evans. This was before this administration and many of the board members sitting at this day's time. So it didn't explicitly say that students from Roberts Road would be moving into Myers, but that occurred 5 years ago. So things that we discovered. In addition to that, Mill Street, there's a split between Sheep Road and Evans. So in terms, once again, Mr. Hernandez and Mr. Daly, there's been this back and forth in terms of students on Mill Street and attending one school or the other, which, as you can see now over to the right, we want to officially change Roberts Road feeder pattern to Myers Corners Elementary School, because this resolution says all students east of Route 9 go to Myers. And what was done was that it was only Roberts Road. We want to do the same for Mill Street. And the original recommendation that the former board last year had indicated was to really consider the students at Osborne Hill to attend Evans Elementary School, or I believe it was Myers Elementary School. That is not the change that we're looking to do. 2 minutes, okay. That is not the change that we're looking to do. What we're looking to do is look at both zip codes and in time, really organically create that change, that those students in Osborne Hill that have the Wappingers zip code should be at Evans, and all the kids at Fishkill that are there now, please parents, or you're watching, do not panic. They will stay the same way we did with Hopewell Glen at Gayhead Elementary School. So as you can see, when we resolved that issue, we grandfathered the Hopewell Glen students, Gayhead Elementary School, and the new students attend Myers Corners Elementary School. If there's a 4th grader that was grandfathered into Gayhead, and they have a younger sibling coming into kindergarten, they don't go to Myers. They stay with their sibling. So we don't want to send that out as we want to make sure we're communicating that correctly as well. Moving forward to the next page, other benefits. Students return from modular to traditional classrooms. Students are no longer receiving support services in hallways and or other unusual spaces at Fishkill Elementary School. Elimination of art on a cart. Vanguard Junior High School benefits, lunch period schedule, science wing has been restored, beautiful furniture, and true science wings, no longer necessary to have a staggered bell schedule. Students traveling to Wappingers Junior High School had a building transition eliminated. So all those students that went to a school for just one short year prior to going to Wappingers Junior High School now get to stay in their community schools until the 6th grade and move on to the 7th and 8th grade to Wappingers Junior High School. There's no longer a 3-year in a row transition that was occurring to our students from Oak Grove Elementary School as well as Sheep Road Elementary School. Instructional improvements, I'll say this very quickly. From fair and consistent process for students entering into 7th grade with honors programs, all the way down to technology-enhanced social studies units. As you can see, my time is up, but this is on our website, and these are our instructional improvements. These are the ones we're most proud of as well, because that's what we're in the business of doing, creating students that can be lifelong learners and making sure that we have teachers providing them with optimum instructional time. Thank you.
Do any board members want to ask any questions? Yes, Mr. Rubin.
Not a question. I would just like to applaud. There was a lot of effort put into this by a lot of different people. A lot of the information I received was from Mrs. Goldman. Mrs. Goldman, thank you for the work that you put in.
Okay, I just had a few questions. First of all, we instituted a number of transition activities last year for the students transitioning from one school to another. I was wondering what the feedback was from the principals and teachers and families as to which ones of those things they really think are great and we should keep in mind for the future if we ever if there are other school changes.
I would say that for the most part, we try to create a level of uniformity with the way the programs and the activities and the events happen. I think the bigger focus would really be what were the true activities in spite of the type of activity they created. Let's say if someone did a picnic or get to know your teachers in the classroom, an open house. What were the activities that were really much more productive for the transition? But overall, we did get mails from parents, oh, so-and-so school is doing it this way, and the other school is doing it in another way. But the activities were beneficial. Dr. Bach was a part of that and working with the building principals. And some did a few additional things that were not required, but that other schools really appreciated. Other parents would have really appreciated seeing them.
Could Dr. Bong perhaps prepare a list of some of that so that we could keep it on file
Absolutely.
for the future and know exactly, so we're not reinventing the wheel and we can see what things might be really good. Okay, another thing up on your chart, I just had a couple of questions. I noticed that on some of the ICT classes in a building, sometimes it had an A, sometimes a B. If they had two sections, it was obvious it was A and B, but sometimes it was either A or B, and I was wondering what that meant.
ICT A or B, for example, in a certain grade level, and this has happened throughout the years, you have more than one ICT class in a certain grade level. For example, for the most part, we try to have one ICT class per grade level in the school. And this has been going on for years, and this is the work that's part of the special education department and part of their goals to meet next year to really see how we provide services as best as we can and for all of our students in their own community schools.
Well, if there's just one on a grade level in a school, why in some of the schools was it called A and in some of them called B? Was it because it was from the same feeder pattern, but there wasn't a classroom, so you had to put the classroom in a different building?
Can we
or
go
what?
to that page?
Yeah.
The one thing that I'd like to point out, I'm not truly prepared. I want to look at that question. I was just trying to show the programs that are in schools, and this technically doesn't really have to do with the configuration, but I wanted to show, for example, okay, I see ICT-K, that's kindergarten at Gayhead, for example. ICT 1A, ICT 1B, that means there's two integrated co-teaching classes in first grade.
Yes, but in some schools it's just B.
One is part-time and one is full-time.
Oh.
Where's my colleague saying that? Thank you, parent. Thank you. Oh, Mrs. Gossi, how are you? Thank you.
Thank you for clarifying. Okay, one other thing. I noticed that as the grades go...
But in some schools, we do have full-time and 2 grades.
Okay, thank you very much for clearing it up. Also, I noticed in the upper grades, we have more sections of ICT, and I was wondering whether that's that we're identifying children later, or that they're mostly children who have moved into the district who have, at a later age, who have difficulties.
I would answer that question at our next meeting too.
Okay, thank you.
That's a question that was conversation was addressed at the last Board of Education meeting, and it typically happens that way when Mr. Ziff gave his presentation. He did mention and talked about that. So it's not any different from any other school district. That, as you can see, as students get older, you start identifying more of these needs that students may have.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? All right. All right. The next item on the agenda is 6.01, Smart Schools Bond Act Implementation Plan, number 2.
Thank you. Good evening once again. I will be brief. This is a preliminary presentation for a Smart Schools Bond Act Implementation Plan. This will be the second one we've done. Real quick recap, Smart Schools Bond Act is a funding source from New York State, a finite funding source for the purpose of these 4 categories: install high-speed internet broadband bandwidth in our district, acquire instructional technology equipment for our facilities, construct or enhance, modernize instructional facilities to accommodate pre-kindergarten programs and provide instructional space to replace classroom trailers, and or install high-tech security features in schools and buildings and on school campuses. Real quick, our district was allocated as part of a state referendum from November 2014, allocated $5.3 million to be spent in accordance with the Smart Schools Bond Act, and we have some. Just to recap some of this, we have an obligation to include stakeholders on the decision for how we allocate these funds. We must include up to $250 per pupil for private and parochial school funding. There's no minimum category for spending per category. If we wanted to do everything on replacing modular classroom space and reconstruct new classrooms, we could spend $5.3 million on that and not touch learning technology at all. We have no deadline for expenditure, so we've already got an approved plan for $1.45 million. That was part of Smart Schools Bond Act Plan number 1. That plan allowed us to order, which I could say that we have successfully done. We put a PO in place to order 200 interactive displays and replace every door lock set and core in all of our buildings. And that work will commence for both those things this summer. So our current committee consists of about 21 current members. We have community members, parents, teachers, administrators. And administrators includes an administrator from St. Mary's in Fishkill. And we have met only a few times since our December initial preliminary approval of Smart Schools Plan number 1. We met again in April, and we talked about the needs to wrap up any security features or enhancements for our schools, which is what this plan largely only consists of, really. And once again, we received received final approval on our initial implementation plan, our first one, on May 11th. We submitted to the state at the end of January. It took that long. Okay, the process for getting our plan approved. We need to do a preliminary presentation, as we are doing right now, after consulting with our members of the committee. And then we need to, if it's approved by the board this evening, we need to post this plan to our district website for at least 30 days, accepting any comments to our plan at going to email address plans@wcsdny.org. And we're estimating in one of our August Board of Ed meetings, we'll have a hearing discussing any findings from the plan, and seek final board approval for the plan, implementation number 2, to be submitted to the state. Okay, the only component for Smart Schools Bond-Back Implementation Plan number 2 is to add visitor vestibules to all buildings which do not have one. The only one that has an appropriate vestibule right now is this very one. We would be looking to enhance it with a visitor kiosk, but we, in the meantime, don't need to do any further enclosures. So the committee reached consensus on allocating $1.2 million of the Smart Schools Bond Act money to fund either adding a vestibule to an existing lobby or redesigning the main entrance to accommodate the addition of the vestibule on the external side of the school. So there's 3 schools which can't really fit a lobby on the inside. We will propose adding them to the outside of the building. Inside the lobby, we will have a kiosk for a visitor check-in. We will have a drop-off location for supplies and packages inside the vestibule area. Where applicable, we will provide a reception window to the main office. And this will all in all provide an extra layer of security without actually allowing folks, members of the public, into the school building. An example of that would be at John Jay. If you've been in John Jay during their peak hours and you see visitors coming and going, especially during bell schedule changes, there's a lot going on. That entrance is a highway of activity back and forth. It would not be, it wouldn't be uncommon for a parent to be standing there, or parents to be standing there, students to be walking by. The greeter is, folks can be distracted, and then all of a sudden one of the people visiting says, "Oh, hey, wait, I see my kid. I'm just going to go over and talk to them." We want to avoid any of that. We want to avoid as much interaction with students and visitors as possible, and adding the vestibules as part of our conversation with the committee, we thought was a good way to do that. So the initial allocation, once again, was $5.3 million and change. Smart Schools Implementation Plan number 1 costs estimated budget $1,450,000. I'm pleased to report that out of the $1,450,000, we were budgeting $900,000 for interactive displays. We have a PO in for the display technology at $780,000. So there's a savings against our budget of $120,000. And we're looking for a reasonable savings, perhaps up to 10% on the door locks, which is scheduled, which is budgeted for $550,000. In implementation plan number 1, the private parochial school allocation was $63,120, leaving us a remaining balance of $2.614 million. Moving forward, we're going to continue to work with the Smart Schools Bond Act Committee to continue to propose new implementation plans and collaborate with the private parochial schools. Wapager's initial allocation, again, if we looked at what the state regarded as true enrollment numbers for private and parochial schools based on the allocation of $250 per pupil, we'd be looking at $197,250 of an allocation of our $5.3 million that goes towards private and parochial schools. Smart Schools Bond Act Implementation Plan number 1 allocated $63,000 of the $197 towards that cause. Implementation 2 is $0 because we're spending no money in implementation plan number 2 on learning technology. It is only when we spend money on learning technology that we must allocate a formula-based allocation back to private parochials, leaving the private parochial balance left over so far $134,000. In future plans, if we add allocations for learning technology spending, we will provide them with additional funding opportunities up to that $134,000 amount. That's it. I can show you real quick if you prefer, but I know we have, for sake of time, I can show you what the proposed footprint of the vestibules might look like per school. It was included in the board packet and certainly in board docs. Again, we're seeking preliminary approval of the preliminary plan that needs to now be vetted by the public.
Are there any questions? Mr. Lumian? No? Mr. Rubin?
I actually think you did a great job there. I have a question though, in terms of allocation of money to parochial schools and private schools, when we're allocating resources to that, and I'm not familiar with the resources, do they have to use, if it's material, if it's software, hardware, do they have to use that in a way that we tell them to use it, or
no,
they can use it any way that they want?
Any way they want. It's hardware only in there. While the state considers it a loan from the district, we'll we won't see that equipment again. It'll be in their buildings and they'll use it as is. It's not any different than what they get for their state aid funds every year.
Ben, the only other thing that I had in terms of access to the different buildings, you're working on a plan to make parental or community access to the buildings standardized throughout the district. So one reader will react the same way as another reader.
100%, yes.
Thank you.
I think Mrs. Laval said. Mrs. Laval.
What is the criteria that makes the vestibule eligible in Smart School format?
It's interesting. It's a good question. While not necessarily a high-tech security feature, it's actually listed as one of their approved expenditures, the construction of vestibules in schools. It just is.
Mr. Lumia.
Just a quick question. We provide the hardware to the elementary, to all those schools, you said. Do we provide the training as to how to use that hardware?
No training is funded. No professional development is funded through the Smart Schools Fund Act.
Any other questions? Mrs. Laval.
Aside from the structure, what's our objective?
Well, law enforcement would tell you the objective is time. So you would have an extra door where if there was, the best description I heard was this: someone gets through, the initial security door, the outer door, and finds themselves in the vestibule. Would not be uncommon for them to think, perhaps, though a person not in their right mind, let's just say, that they now have free access to the building and may expose their true intentions. They're in fact still locked, and they're not getting access to the inside of the building. And it is that extra valuable sense of piece of information and way of keeping someone still from within the building to get into the actual school environment. Yeah, a vestibule commonly they'll have two locking doors as opposed to one, and they'll be intercommed into the first one, a good badge in, and then from there they can either maybe don't have to come into school at all. They can drop off whatever they have to right there and then exit, or then be further screened to say, okay, why are you here, who are you here to meet, that kind of thing, and then let them in.
Any other questions? All right. 6.02, approval of Smart Schools Bond Act Preliminary Implementation Plan Number 2.
Be it resolved that the preliminary Smart Schools Bond Act Implementation Plan Number 2 shall be posted on the district website for at least 30 days, and comments on the plan shall be submitted to the email address plan@wcsdny.org. And be it resolved that a public hearing shall be conducted on the preliminary plan number 2, and be it further resolved that the Wappinger Central School District Board of Education hereby approves the preliminary Smart School Bond Act Implementation Plan number 2 as presented.
We have a motion. Mr. Lumia. Second. Mr. Soma. Discussion. All those in favor? Mr. Lumia, Mrs. Pelton, Mrs. Karath, Mr. Rubin, Mrs. Laval, Mr. Soma, Dr. Risby, and Mrs. Kelland. Unanimous. Okay. 7.01, cursive writing. Okay. This is a board discussion item. Mrs. Laval.
I was hoping to get some clarity about what the criteria is for any school teaching cursive writing, if you are teaching cursive writing.
Start again, please.
Cursive writing is more than just an alternative form of communication or an optional form of communication. It's really the equivalent of a foreign language. It presents a lot of opportunities and benefits to our students, but it also is the only access our children have to our historical documents, the Declaration of Independence, our founding documents, the treasures that we found in Van Wyck, the documents that the students presented. There's a significant purpose for our students to have cursive writing. And I think it was Mrs. Kellen that shared an article with the board members about how it has certain cognitive benefits. I think it's something we really should consider establishing as mandatory within the district because, as I said, it has such benefits, and also I think it would be a terrible, terrible disservice to our students, to our society, to our country, for our future graduates not to be able to access things as basic as our founding documents. So I would like to be able to discuss that and come to a decision.
Any comments, questions? Mrs. Pelton.
I can't speak for, I'm not aware of anything being mandatory, but I know that my children are taught cursive writing in school. I don't know if that's supposed to for other schools, but my children are taught cursive writing.
Mr. Lumia.
I'd like to make a comment that we should teach cursive writing should be mandatory in school. Because as Mr. Lavelle said, historical documents aren't cursive. They're not computer generated, so it's extremely important. We do teach that. And I assume all of the other schools do so.
Are there any other comments? Mrs. Lavelle.
I think it's important to consider, in addition to just teaching it, whether or not we're going to require it in the older grades so that it's not something that they kind of learn and then lose the ability to continue with.
Yeah. Mrs. Carrath?
Dr. Cardwell, could you just give us a brief synopsis of where cursive writing is for K through 6 and then 7 through 12?
Yes, while cursive writing is not explicitly written into our curriculum, the majority of our third grade classrooms do teach cursive writing. Depending upon the school, it is either taught 5 to 15 minutes per day or 10 to 20 minutes 3 times per week. It varies according to the teacher's schedule.
Do you feel that in addition to them learning how to actually write in cursive hand, they are getting the ability to read it? So that, for instance, a member of the public made the comment to the board that their child was having a hard time reading comments on the edge of an exam, or suggested comments from a teacher because it was in cursive writing. So, in the act of learning how to write it, are they being able to read and identify what those words are in cursive hand?
In absence of having all of that data to determine the level of cursive writing that's being taught at each classroom, at each grade level, it would be difficult for me to say that yes, all students have the ability to read and write cursive writing fluently. I don't know that's happening. I don't know it is not happening at this time.
As a former elementary school teacher, I think it's not so much just teaching it, but requiring it so they get sufficient practice. When I was teaching 4th grade, they were all taught it in 3rd. In the beginning of 4th grade, we went over all the letters, and after we had gone through all of them, which took about 6 weeks, after that, I told them I expected them to do first their spelling and then added other subjects in cursive, so by the end of the year, they were using it regularly. I know from and I explained to them the reason, because if you print, use manuscript, when you get in the upper grades, 5th grade and up, you're doing a lot longer writing assignments, and if you try to print and get it done in a reasonable length of time, your printing gets sloppier and sloppier and sloppier. And I know with my daughter, her teachers beyond, and 5th, 4th, 5th, 6th grade did not require her to write in cursive, and being pig-headed, of course. She printed. Then she got to junior high and panicked because she couldn't finish her tests, essay tests on time because she was trying to neatly print and couldn't write fast. My son listened to his mother's advice, and he didn't have this problem. So, really, I think the idea is that cursive was invented because it is a quicker way of writing. If you ask a group of people to write down their email addresses for you, you're lucky if you can read half of them, because people don't print neatly anymore because they've gotten the habit of writing print at the speed at which we used to write cursive. So I think part of the problem is requiring it long enough for them to develop ease with it, and so it's ingrained.
The cursive writing has, Dr. Caldwell has shared the data behind cursive writing, much of what Ms. Lavelle has mentioned. And I know you've had some conversations also with Dr. Caldwell regarding cursive writing. The beauty of local curriculum is that we can definitely make sure that one of the work that we are doing as a district, and I think I've shared this with the board before, is that when you have 10, 15 elementary schools, and two of our principals at the elementary level know that part of our PD work and what we do is that we're really talking about what's standardization for the district and uniformity, and then what's that flexibility. Without running or hurting anyone's feelings in this audience, we're not charter schools. We're a public school system, and one public school system with 10 elementary schools. And so standardization and uniformity is important. And if it's going to be formally implemented, then we also have not only our coordinator for elementary education is currently sitting in, but in the back, Mrs. Sindron, who's also our coordinator for ELA, that we would definitely get working on how to make it an integral part of curriculum at certain grade levels, as well as making it an explicit part to curriculum as well. So that would be the work that we would definitely aim for if this is truly the will of the board. And the reason why I'm saying it from that perspective is, especially with a lot of the information that Dr. Cardwell has provided, indicative to cursive writing, it really can be choice to determine what it is that we want to do as a district and take a stand on this. But as you did mention, and Dr. Cardwell for a year, that and Mrs. Pelton mentioned that her kids as well as the children have had cursive writing. But we can make that definitely something that's explicit and articulated and work through where it's required as an explicit instruction, and then it becomes somewhat an integral part of certain assignments that need to be addressed as they continue on in grade level.
Are there any more comments? Okay. 7.02, endorsing a two-tier bus system. This was brought up earlier in the year, and it was decided to defer it for another year. So, comments, discussion? Mr. Carrion. Mr. Carrion, did you want to say anything about it?
Yeah, I know we put down endorsing a two-tier bus system. That was when the conversation came up in terms of trustees asking to have this on the agenda. But I think the more critical piece here is really looking at the starting end times for our students
and in terms of their age, and what would be best for them. And as I said before, the board, this present board, did not table, I don't want to use the word table, left me with the directive to continue to do the work for the 2016-17 school year. So we're going to look into not just the two-tier bus system, but really look at also the start and end times. It's a lot easier for a school district like Rhinebeck, which has less than 2,000 students, less than 1,000 I believe at this point, to make independent decisions. And oftentimes we don't want to hear this, but there are many times with Superintendent Lyons that, and he's a superintendent for Arlington Central School District, that Wappingers and Arlington can't really make some decisions independently from each other, being such large school districts. So it is out there, and we're definitely going to continue to pursue this in terms of our start and end times and our two-tier bus system. If the board, and I know that there's going to be a new board in just a couple of weeks, but if the board is indicating or saying that they want a certain timeline for what it is that they're requiring in terms of making sure that this work that has already been done. So the work is there in terms of the two-tier and the other continued work for it in terms of really talking to other school districts. And I just want to say this quickly too, when we talked to other parochial school districts, and there were some comments that were made that we didn't speak to the parochial school districts. The truth of the matter is that when you're dealing with private schools, you just don't get to talk to the principal of the building. So whereas in public schools, we think that you go straight to the principal, the work that Mrs. Crandall did directed her in directions that were out of the principal's privy to have the conversations regarding start times and changing start times. But we can definitely revisit with the parochial schools as well. And so this is where we are, and we're moving forward as indicated. If there's something extra to this endorsement, if I can know what that is explicitly.
Okay, Mr. Carrion, isn't it true that all the surrounding districts have two-tier systems? That we seem to be the only one with 3 tiers?
Yes. So I think one of the things that the conversation, if it's just about a conversation about it.
It's our last meeting.
There was a member who was very I apologize. The policy, I believe, that would have to change to indicate that for the board to decide on a two-tier bus system, but basically overall that is the administrative decision. Yes, most schools have a two-tier bus system. We have to carefully, because we're so large, to really look, and it's not an independent decision that can be made in so many respects without our parochial schools, as well as we can make it happen, but we want to make it in the most efficient manner and not do it in isolation, to really addressing start times and end times for our high school students, as the data shows that they're starting way too early.
Okay, Mr. Carrion, I guess what I meant was that presumably all these other districts that have two-tier bus systems also bus to private and parochial schools and have worked this out. So I'm not quite sure why Wappingers isn't finding it as easy as the others. And Oh, so it has all been worked
The
out
whole
with the
thing is
private
done.
parochial
We
schools?
provided the district with 6 scenarios.
Yes, but
And
I
then it was
mean...
narrowed down to 1 scenario, and it was tabled.
Yeah, no. What you just said now suggested that we were dependent on further conversations with the private and parochial schools, and I was a little confused since the other school districts seem to have worked all this out.
As a result of starting and end times. That's what it's about. As a result of starting end times, not to implement the 2-tier buses.
Oh, okay, Mr. Lumia.
If I'm not mistaken, we could pass a resolution that this particular 2-tier system will not come up until 17, 18 next year's school year. Not this year, but the following year. That's my remembrance. And we would not be discussing this particular resolution again until next year, not this year. That was my recollection. If everybody remembers the same thing as I do, we made a promise to parents that this 2-tier system will not take into effect this coming September. That's my recollection, and I sincerely hope that we keep that particular promise. That's my recollection, and I'll be voting no against it anyway.
Oh, yes, this is what we're talking about. It would be for, to work on it for implementation 2017, 2018, not in the coming year. So, but I think the question was, this way we are giving an entire year to, for Mr. Carrion and the administration to see how to implement it. It would not be, I don't think it was that we were not going to discuss it till 2017, 2018, but that it was going to be implemented. Perhaps Mrs. Pedro could check the exact wording for us.
The wording is in the weekly memo. The resolution reads, Pedro will be telling us. This is what I think you're going to
There was 2 weekly memos in the packet. But what I recall from when new resolution was made was that there was discussion about the actual benefits of the start time suggested, that Mr. Carrion was directed to...
Okay. Oh, Mrs. Pedro has it. All right. Would you read it for us, please?
February 8, 2016, the board passed a resolution stating, motion to amend the previous motion that a change will not be made for the 2016-17 school year, but that the administration will continue to work on the 2-tier system and the start times in collaboration with neighboring districts and superintendents.
Yes, Mrs. Pelton.
I believe that the minutes would also suggest that we had given a time frame of the late fall, if I remember correctly, for an initial report.
Mrs. Laval.
I just want to take the opportunity, since we're discussing this, to reiterate a specific concern. We're talking about 2 tiers and we're talking about start times and end times, but
we need to be looking at the full scope of time to transport the students. So, you know, if we say we're going to start the high school 15 minutes later, but we're going to wind up with the students on the bus for 15 minutes longer, then we haven't accomplished anything, and make sure that you know, a genuine time saving for the students is achieved, and that we didn't, you know, push the start time forward and not actually get any benefit for the students.
Mrs. Schratt.
I guess my main concern, I'm in favor of the earlier start times for the different ages of students, and I share the same concern with Mrs. Lavelle. But then I just wrote down, now tell me where my logic is wrong. We have a certain number of buses that we need to bus K through 6 right now. That's 7 grades that we need to bus all at once. Under the 2-tier, we will be busing 6 grades altogether, 7 through 12. If we can bus 7 grades at once, right now, under the 3-tier system, then the concern that I've had about having to buy new buses, put more buses on the road, and put more drivers on the road is invalid, correct? If we can do it now with K through 6, and have 7 grades being collected at, you know, basically in one time frame, then we certainly can, we certainly can calm people's concerns that putting 7 through 12 and gathering them all together can be accomplished, because there's still enough separation time between the 7 through 12 and then on the new time for the K through 6.
And taking into account that the private and parochial schools would need to be bused in the interim. Because right now, private and parochials are bused on our 2nd tier, which is the junior high school runs. So that has all been taken into account. And with regard to ride times, we took current scenarios and added students in a separate database and combined the schools based on the multiple scenarios that were provided and looked at average ride times per route and length of those routes during this process. So we did take that into account. Additional work will certainly be done to move forward, but a lot of that background work has been completed.
So the parochial schools are going to be bused with the K through 6 at the same time?
Well, there were multiple scenarios, and
so
I don't know.
It could be split a little?
That's correct.
Shared between the two?
Correct, and some of them were more palatable than others. We did try to bring in pros and cons for each of those scenarios, and again, Ms. Catalano is continuing to look at scenarios as we're speaking now. We were just talking the other day about it. And as we had indicated, with the bus proposition that was just recently approved by the voters, whether that was for a 2-tier system or a 3-tier system, there would have been no change in request. That request would have been exactly the same.
Okay,
Thank you.
Yes. Mrs. Crandall, could you remind us again of how much money would be saved? The range of money?
No, I don't have that off the top of my head with
Okay.
regard to the scenarios.
All right, then I will get what I think I remember hearing, but I may be a little off. But as the way I understood it was at least 280,000 on the one, up to 940,000 a year on the other. And it seems that when we have the opportunity to save the taxpayers such a huge chunk of money, we really ought to look at it very seriously, especially when it would, in addition, mean that the students are not being picked up in the dark.
Well, additionally, remember too that if this conversation does happen in the late fall, the budget process will just be beginning for the 17-18 school year. So we will be able to incorporate any savings that can be seen into that budget process.
Does anyone else have anything to say?
Yeah, I just want to say quickly something. When I was talking to the seniors, and I hope the parents don't charge over here too, they were like, man, you got to do a better job with those robocalls in the morning. And the difference between our school and other school districts, most school districts, is that we have a three-tier bus schedule. And in addition to that, it doesn't allow us to have 3-hour delays where attendance can still be counted. So when we're making calls, and do understand, we're from the town of Poughkeepsie all the way into Putnam County. So we're calling everyone, and it is the most hectic thing in the morning. And sometimes I speak to my colleagues, and they're like, I still got an extra hour to play with, in terms of the language. And we're down to the wire to make the call. So not just from a monetary perspective, but from a safety perspective, really being able to buy time in the morning and not having, our buses are the first ones to leave in all of Dutchess County. And those 10, 15 minutes in the morning make a significant difference in terms of the darkness. The resolution speaks clearly to the work that we're going to do and we're continuing to do, and we will continue to provide the information.
Did you want to add anything?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I said thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh, thank you.
Okay. All right. Okay, consent agenda, 8.01, consent agenda resolution. Is there anything that anyone wants to pull from the consent agenda? Seeing nothing. All right, would you read with amendment?
Resolved that the Board of Education does hereby approve the following consent agenda items as stated. 8.02, 8.03 as amended, 8.04, 8.05, 8.06, 8.07, 8.08, 8.09, 8.10, 8.11, and 8.12.
Okay, right. Do we have a motion? Mrs. Pelton, a second. Mr. Soma, all those in favor? Unanimous. Okay, 9.01, acknowledge receipt of financials, March and April 2016. We just resolved.
Resolved that the Board of Education does hereby acknowledge receipt. Resolved that the Board of Education does hereby acknowledge receipt of the March and April 2016 financial reports.
Motion, Mr. Lumia. Second, Mrs. Karat. Any discussion or questions? All those in favor? Unanimous. 9.02, approval to attend NISBA Summer Law Conference.
Resolved that the Board of Education does hereby approve that Trustee Rob Rubin attend the NISBA Summer Law Conference on July 14, 2016 in Latham, New York, at a cost of $270 registration fee, that's the number rate, and any reimbursement for mileage, tolls, and meals per board policy.
Just to clarify, Mr. Rubin offered to attend this. It will be clarifying for us a lot of new law, including the whole transgender policies and what to do and how to deal with it. So this will give the board a lot better information and up-to-date knowledge on what's going on. Okay?
The reason that I asked to be able to, the board that to attend this is that this was based on a mailing that we all as board members received from NISBA, New York State School Board Association. When I saw it, I thought it was something that I would like to attend if possible to gain more information. But if the plan the board received the mailing to the best of my knowledge.
Mr. Rubin has been very proactive on this issue. He attended on his own, he attended a workshop session at Castle Point on this whole issue. So he's been pursuing it and getting information for the board, which we greatly appreciate. Okay, do we have a motion? Mrs. Pelton, second. Mr. Lumia, any discussion? All those in favor of sending Mr. Rubin to the law conference? Mr. Lumia, Mrs. Pelton, Mrs. Karat, Mr. Rubin, Dr. Risby, Mr. Soma, Mrs. Kelland, all those opposed. Mrs. LeBeau. 9.03, second reading and adoption of policies 0000, 1230, 1240, 2120.1, 2240, 2550, 4000 through 4321.14.
Resolved that the Board of Education of the Wappinger Central School District does hereby approve the second reading and adopts the following board policies based upon the first reading by the board and recommended recommendations of the policy committee. Mr. Pedro, do I need to read each of these, or just say as stated? As stated.
Do we have a motion? Mr. Lumia, second. Mrs. Karat, discussion. Okay. All those in favor of the policies? Mr. Lumia, Mrs. Pelton, Mrs. Karat, Mr. Rubin, Dr. Risby, Mr. Soma, Mrs. Kelland. Those opposed? Mrs. LeBeau. For 9.04, approval to retire policies.
Resolved that the Board of Education of the Wappinger Central School District does hereby retire the following policies based upon recommendations of the Policy Committee effective June 21st, 2016, as stated.
Again, as we explained at a previous meeting, most of these being retired are covered in other policies or combined in another policy or matters that have been changed by the state law or are annual regulations put in effect by the superintendent. Could we have a motion? Mrs. Karat, second. Mr. Selma, discussion. Mrs. LeBeau.
Citizenship education is not recommended as a statute.
Okay, I think that's good because I was also concerned about that, and I asked about that. And I used to teach social studies. They explained to this NISBA, I asked that we check with NISBA as to why they recommended dropping it. And they said because the curriculum is being rewritten at this point, and that if we include in our vision statement what we would like to see, that was adequate. And we approved the vision statement a couple of weeks ago, so that, I guess a month ago. So that's why they said not to do it at this point. We can always put it in when we've got a curriculum to look at. Yes?
And occupational education, non-essential, no longer offered by the district?
Yes, unfortunately, we don't have our own occupational education anymore. It goes to BOCES. And we had some discussion under Mr. Bittaker about trying to get some of that back, but at the moment, we don't really have the facilities or the resources or the funds to do it. So the approach has been to fund more occupational slots at BOCES. Isn't that correct, Mr. Carrion? Yes. Any other questions? All right, all those in favor? Mr. Lumia, Mrs. Pelton, Mrs. Karat, Mr. Rubin, Dr. Risby, Mr. Soma, Mrs. Kelland. Those opposed? Mrs. Lovato. Okay. 10.01, request for addition to the agenda.
Each one separate.
I would like to make a motion to amend the agenda to put the resolution to what's been happening with the WAA negotiations. What's that? Make a motion to amend the agenda.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Unanimous.
Resolved that the Board of Education of the Wappinger Central School District does hereby approve a new collective bargaining agreement with the Wappinger Administrative Association for the period July 1, 2016 through June 30, 2019, according to the memorandum of agreement between the Wappinger Central School District and the Wappinger Administrators Association dated June 8, 2016.
Motion, Mr. Lumia, second, Mrs. Pelton. Any discussion? All those in favor? Unanimous.
Motion to amend the agenda.
Second, Mrs. Karat. All those in favor? Unanimous.
Resolved that the Board of Education of the Wappinger Central School District does hereby approve a memorandum of agreement between the Wappinger Central School District and the Wappinger Administrative Association, WAA.
Motion, Mr. Lumia, second. Mr. Soma, discussion. All those in favor? Unanimous. .01, comments from the public. Again, we have a 30-minute period. 11.01, sorry. Yes, sorry. Comments from the public. Again, you have 3 minutes to speak, and at this time, it does not have to be an agenda item, but it does have to relate to business of the school district.
Right? Hi, Maureen speaking. I actually have a couple of nice things to say, but I'd like to make a motion for air conditioning. Okay. Nobody's talking about that. Saw today a very nice thing that was posted. John Jay seniors went over to Fishkill Elementary, and they were hanging out, and they did like a senior walk. I thought that was like the best thing, and I put that in the notes, spread that around to the other schools. I just thought that was out of this world. Made my day. Now not so nice stuff. Sitting back and watching, you know, and seeing what's going on. First thing tonight, this board makes a motion to ditch another board member. Right. Now I know everybody thinks I'm on the inside, yeah, but no, I'm my own person. But to me, sitting in the audience, the message I got was that you're not working together for all the kids. You weren't working or even willing to work with whatever differences Ann had against whatever. That was the message that I think you sent out tonight, and I think it was a really wrong message to send out tonight. To me, it just speaks, we're not working together for all the kids. That's the message I got, and I really find grateful for that. This whole issue with the seniors that showed up, sorry, not all seniors, but all the students, this is great to see them get together like this and just show support that we never get to see amongst our adults. I totally stand up for them for doing that, and I applaud them for doing it. Unfortunately, I really think it was just for a wrong reason. I think that there was misfortune in not hearing what was going on. I think everything evolved into anger, right to threats, that this was going to be a very threatening meeting. I didn't see any of that tonight. I'm sure everybody could back me up on that. Nobody was threatened, nobody felt intimidated, I don't think. And that's what we want in the schools, that's what they're working for. But because now we're going through major transitions, now you're risking other groups from feeling that same way that these groups have been feeling for years. So by eliminating one board member and saying, no, we totally disagree and we're stepping away, you're sending a message that you're not willing to work towards anything. And clearly something needs to be discussed. You know, and that needs to happen. So I think you really should rethink about how this board works as a unit and as a business entity. Because you're working for our kids, all of the kids. And I have to tell you, even with conversations with people were trying to entrap me to say things. I just wasn't there. Don't bring me there. It's none of your business. And I will say, Mr. Carry-On, your speech was spot on right. And I totally support every word you said. And that's what we need here. But we need a board that's going to behave that way and support these kids and support the kids that don't live their way. You got to have the conversation, and we have to have facilities to meet it. It's kind of simple, really. Everybody's too angry, and it's just getting worse. NISBA, I think you need to ditch them. I know. Just my last thing. NISBA, you need to ditch them. My anger is because I believe federal overreach is coming locally. That's my problem with this whole transgender thing and you know, even special ed. There's too much federal overreach in our schools, and that's what we need to stop. And that's what ANN stands for. Okay, I just want to keep that line separated. She's working to keep the federal government out of here, as all should you. This is our school, our community. We say what goes on here, not the government. Thanks.
Again, I'm Richard Dion, member of the New York State Teachers Association as well. And I'm very concerned because we're forgetting about science. We're forgetting that these children have to be taught the objectives, that what is objectively true. In other words, genetically speaking, there's only two types. There's the XX chromosome people who have all XX throughout their body, every single cell. And there's the XY individual that has only XY chromosomes in every single cell of their body. Now that doesn't mean that people don't have tendencies one way or another, but what it means is the subject is being clouded because children are trying to identify themselves within those two genotypes. There they are. Those are the two genotypes. And if we're trying to make 50 different types of genders, as the mayor of New York City is, that's not helping the issue. And when this gentleman at the far end, I don't forget what his name is, said, I don't think it's up to us to define what the parents to do. And then the gentleman here said, oh well, we can't change that. That's what the government told us we had to put into it. You should be very concerned about that. Because that's not coming from you. That's coming from on high. Meaning, and I don't mean the good Lord, I'm talking about the government either in Albany or worse still, the one in DC. And the other thing, words, changing what things are, cisgenders. There's no need for that. When you try to change words, you're trying to change the reality, which you're not going to do. When you talk about reproductive rights and pretend that that's another name for abortion, it's not. Reproduction is reproduction. You have a child. Abortion is killing a baby before it's born. Or the other one that's now in there is end-of-life choices. Suicide. It's suicide. It's not end-of-life choices. So if you guys get involved in trying to make this code of conduct or anything else on that, what you're doing here in the school district, you're going to get yourself in big trouble. That's right.
Excuse me, but those topics that you mentioned are not necessarily anything to do with school business. I know. So it's supposed to be about suicide and abortion?
Absolutely. You don't know about the abortion in the
not in our classrooms, I assure you. Okay, yes.
Hi, my name is Zachary Cox. I'm a 2012 graduate of Ketchum, and I would like to speak to you a little bit from the perspective of a student who went through my entirety of my education K-12 in Wappingers, 4 years out with some perspective on that. I'm not here to use any aggressive language or yell. It's not my nature. It never has been. School has always been easy for me. It always was. Learning, doing well, very, very simple. And my time at Ketchum, for the most part, was really, really good. I had Mask in Mind, I had incredible, inspiring teachers and educators, the varsity tennis team, even my friends and my family who weren't necessarily connected to the structural institution that is the school. When I think about Ketchum and I think about the times that were hard, I think about being on the school bus and being called a fag. I think about being in the locker room and being called a faggot. And I remember being in the bathrooms and being called a fag. And that made Ketchum hard. And remember, it was easy for me. School was simple. I can't even imagine what it must be like for students, past, present, or future, to not have the support systems I had in place, my friends, my family, my intelligence, to have to be subjugated to such hateful and ignorant language and action. I think it's healthy to consider that as you go on in further dialogue and in further meetings. I was one of the lucky ones. And for those of you that are confused or frustrated or have questions about anything, I would implore you to seek education. As the Board of Education, I want to remind you that your education never stops throughout your entire life. Seek out education. I just graduated from Vassar College. We have an incredible library. Come to the library, read books, read articles on contemporary notions of gender and sexuality and intersectionality and privilege and oppression, and educate yourselves. Reach out to those in your lives who you know are knowledgeable on these issues and ask them questions. Thank you for your time. Have a lovely evening.
Where do I start? I watched the video where Anne literally begged for dialogue. I watched it 5 times to make sure that I fully understood where she was coming from. She begged for dialogue. Converse. Don't take a list that was sent down from the state, which I guarantee you is not all-inclusive. I was on an LGBTQ site, and removing the norms as feminine, masculine, there are 27 different titles that can be applied to this community. Are there 27 titles on that list? Does it also include male and female? I think by demonizing her, I think the letter was misunderstood. The girl miswrote it. I don't think she had a full comprehension of what Anne was directing it to. I have my intellectual side, and I have my religious side. My intellectual side will encompass perception. You can change my perception. Show me valid truth. Stay away from my religious side. My beliefs are my own. Do I inflict them on someone else? No, they're personal. But to demonize Anne because of her believing in something that she is very faithful to is wrong. Demonizing her and all of you voting against her because she asked for conversation is worse than wrong. I watched the video and I heard a very grumpy, crotchety old man say, "We've already had this conversation." Well, did you really? How in depth did you go? And do you think by skimming it, stamping it, sending it back to the state, I accept it is what parents accept? I'm not turning my grandchildren over to the state. I'll go down in flames before my children are taken over by the state. Take the gavel and let me finish speaking. That's all right, I can talk over that.
Okay, well,
I'm going to tell you something, okay? I did a lot of studying. At 70 years old, I've known a lot of different types of people. I have never been against, in my day they called them gay people, okay? But I have never been against the LGBT society as long as they don't infringe in my home. I will support them. I have supported them. And you can take that time also. All right? I have something here from the Regent Law family. It's after midnight.
Excuse me.
I would like to have this stated.
I understand that, but you've already had several turns at the mic, and it's these people.
One turn. One turn. All I want to say is.
No, this is at least your second turn, and you talked past
yeah, one turn before this.
Yeah, and you talked for
okay.
3 minutes.
All right.
People didn't have a turn yet.
All I want to say in regard to that, there is no reason that we can't still maintain the male-female bathroom and make another non-specific bathroom. There's no reason. Why do take the normalcy and turn it upside down because the state says so? Use your heads. Children are very, very impressionable. If they maintain the male-female bathroom and then have your non-gendered bathroom, there would be no issue, okay? And people coming in here talking about hate was ridiculous, it was unnecessary. If you have a single bathroom with a lock, one commode, that's fine. But if you're going to go off into other tangents, then the whole discussion is in the toilet.
I honor everyone's time here tonight, so I'm going to try to find things to not say. My name is Eli Mann. I'm an alum of this school district and leadership in the United Church of Christ. I'm someone who helped ensure that we had a gay-straight alliance in Ketchum in 2007, and I'm grateful that this dialogue is taking place. Even though I don't agree with what everybody else is saying, the same way I know people feel that way about me. I want to thank the members of the board who are standing up for the rights of LGBTQ students and those who are questioning. And I want you to know that I feel strongly that the work you're doing is necessary and believe it will make a positive impact on the emotional safety and spiritual health of students in our school district. I know anecdotes only go so far, but part of my story feels important to share. I spent K through 12 as a girl in the school district. I was someone who had been raised with the conviction that gender and heterosexuality are woven into our biology. Those were the only messages I had ever heard. With those beliefs, I found it hard to live with myself when I realized I wasn't straight, and to reconcile my feelings with my love and devotion to God. Coming into myself was a painful and isolating journey, full of suicidal ideation and teachers who quietly and often wordlessly listened to me cry in their classrooms after school. And through their love, I began to feel like there was enough room in the world for me to live. I want to thank those members of the Board of Ed who are standing up for the rights of people like me. The directives given by the Department of Justice and the Department of Education echo the needs that people in my community have been raising for over a decade. Every day for 4 years, I feared my safety in restrooms, no matter which I chose. And I planned my entire day around where to find single-stalled restrooms. I still would have liked access to multi-stalled restrooms. And eventually I grew this board, and now people accept me in the men's room. It is only in the last 6 months I have broken my 8-year streak of never entering a locker room, because of safety concerns, but also because I wanted to be accommodating of the feelings of safety of others in my life. Well, that meant feeling unsafe myself. And I'm glad that this discrepancy is going to be remediated. To any board members who do not believe that people need to be treated like they are special, to any who don't believe that anyone needs equal protections under the law, I am heartbroken in my disappointment. As a Christian, I believe we are all fearfully and wonderfully made, and that we should all be treated with dignity and respect. And I came here tonight to speak only love. I believe that queer and trans people are a part of God's wonderful and diverse creation, and that is best when we have policies that show students that we care about them exactly as they are, and that they don't need to change to be worthy of our love or protection, or God's love. My work in schools around gender centers around exposing gender stereotypes so that no student feels so much gendered pressure that they go home and cut off their beautiful eyelashes. The kind of misunderstandings that seek to force trans people back into the margins are the same ones that created that incident. I believe there is room in this world for Christians and queers and trans people, and I oppose messages that are sent to others, especially students, that say Christianity and transness or Christianity and queerness are incompatible. What is incompatible is Christianity and a politic of exclusion. I encourage any Christian members of the board to remember that Jesus was a man who offered extravagant welcome, radical hospitality, and the continual promise of God's mercy, grace, and compassion.
Hello, my name is Victoria Santos. I was a student in the Wappinger Central School District from grade 1 to graduation. I've been a member of the LGBTQ plus community for almost double that time. In light of recent events, there's not much I can say without my heart bursting over and my throat closing up. So I'm going to keep this short. Beliefs and ideas do not exist in a vacuum. Prejudice leads to phobia, which leads to discrimination. Words lead to actions that hurt people. Words can often lead to actions that make people hurt themselves. I've been having trouble finding good things to say about this country, but the best idea to come out of it is the notion that you may come exactly as you are, and we will not only make space for you at the table, but accept you. We currently live below our own standards of conduct and of human decency, and we cannot make any more space for hate. I would just like to say that there is such thing as transgender, gay marriage, two mothers, two fathers, people who love, look, and behave differently than you. The only sterile concept here is that children are not entitled to your protection, because that's more than human decency. That's your job. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Allison Hanley. I'm a parent from the background. I missed the board meeting and I did ask some questions last week. It seems that a bathroom conversation and a request to discuss it. I happen to be a Christian who happens to be very open-minded. And I respect everyone on all ends of it. I find that as a district, it's like the third year in a row, whether it be closing a school or redistricting, that we put out the announcement, we send out the alarms, we have no plan, and we divide our community. Again, I happen to have a child that was recommended to go to a school because the building he's supposed to be at, which he is, wasn't handicapped accessible. I saw no room full of people, no emails, no Facebook postings. I believe there was a student in this building that had to walk around to get to the in a wheelchair or crutches for 6 months or the entire school year. I didn't see any board member, blowing down the strokes to make sure that that happened. As I listened to everyone, and I would say I did chair hop today, I think everyone should be able to feel safe in a bathroom. Everyone should not feel uncomfortable. I was listening to an earlier speaker. We ended segregation many, many years ago. Making a single-stall bathroom for a group of people, to me, seems wrong. I also think it might feel, to some people that have had anxiety, we had a valedictorian of one of our schools that openly said she had needed to be in a smaller setting because she was a rape victim. I don't think setting ourselves up for kids that do have anxiety or are uncomfortable would be the answer either. So as we are these capital improvements that are done, I'd have to ask if the board, the school district, could say, is there a way to take down the walls between the boys and girls and make them, everybody, have a single stall? I know it sounds facetious and fresh, but I hate to see the community divided, so I said this to Mr. Karen 2 weeks ago, kind of sarcastically, kind of funny, but I kind of feel like it's a silly slogan. I might get a bumper sticker, like one stall for all. It's literally coming down to where we use a restroom. I don't think that this community is upset about really where they toilet as how they're treated. I consider many parents who do not feel comfortable having their children mixed with other sexes with no choice to their own. Not because they feel this community they're uncomfortable with, but we're talking about children. We have drug problems, we have hormones. I'd love to believe that no one from the school district is ever going to be a sexual predator, but these are the other half of the community. I certainly would love a child in a wheelchair to be able to go to their home school. We all like it to work. So I'd have to ask you all to consider, but I'd like moving forward, I'll wrap up in 10 seconds. When we're going to prevent something, maybe the board and the district can look at solutions before presenting problems that they know can divide our community. Thank you.
My name is Ed Riley. I'm probably one of the older people in the room. I went to mostly excellent Catholic schools. I went to 3 public high schools, Peekskill, Austin, and Somers. So I know what a good public high school is. My 2 nephews went to 2 of your high schools here. Did very well. I would never send my children to your schools, ever, after watching them tonight. When 11 members, I believe it's 11, jump on one member for expressing her heartfelt belief and publicly vote against that member, that is a disgraceful action you should be ashamed of for the rest of your life. You've seen courage in action. It also says something. It says 2 things about your intolerance. It also says something about the imbalance on this board. And perhaps the imbalance on this board and other boards like you in this state is because the voter participation rate of school board elections is around 15%, which is the lousiest participation rate of any public elections in the United States. And maybe once in a while, you should grab yourself by the collar and show some courage when it comes to a stupid edict from the president, from the New York State. Why? It's a political year to take everybody's eye off of what's really happening. Perhaps a 35 to 50% increase in their medical premiums. Perhaps at this state, at the state level, the government is run like a criminal enterprise. So 40 of our state legislatures are in jail, going to jail, or coming from jail. And if you can't stand up to stupid edicts like this, as much as the heartfelt feelings you heard tonight, and they are heartfelt, that last kid was excellent. But you don't have to give in to stupidity. Every man that I know of going to the bathroom now feels anxiety going to the bathroom or sending his kid to the bathroom because of the activities that take place in the men's room or possible activities that take place if their kid goes in there. And it's not just cleanliness. Everyone, regardless of the community, if you're a man, when you go to the men's room now, you feel anxiety. So welcome to the real world. Item 2, it doesn't make any sense to build a pressure group among your students and your teachers and bring them here to lobby your board when 88% of your eligible voters stay at home. Creating a pressure group against yourself. That's ridiculous. Once again, my kids, I have 11 grandchildren. That's why I'm fighting. And my kids vary between Catholic schools and public schools. I tell them, and I taught 20 years in school. I was in a union. I know what goes on in school. And I tell them, you watch your kids, you watch what that teacher says, and to you people in the audience, and to the ones that are not here, the ones that are not here make me sick. If you don't come out for an issue like this, protecting your children, protecting what happens in the locker room, you know what happens in the locker room. You know what happens in the men's room, in the locker room, in this school, in other schools, in this middle school, in every school that I've ever been in. And those parents don't show up. They deserve everything they get, as bad as it gets. And you know what? If you just sit, I'm coming. I'm coming. If you just sit back and take the government edicts as they come, you should close this district down and go home and let the State Board of Regents run this district. Because we don't need you anymore, or any other board for that matter. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Taylor Griffin, and I graduated from Royce Ketchum last year, actually. And it was actually mentioned before, it was so funny right before I came up here. I wanted to reiterate that the idea of separate but equal was overruled by Brown versus the Board of Education, and I just heard a lot of comments earlier in the night that suggested something along those lines, and it made me kind of disturbed that was the kind of thinking that was going on. I recently, actually earlier tonight, had a friend who, he came out to his mother as bisexual. And, you know, again, like it was said before, so many great things were said. Anecdotes can only do so much, but he was so scared for years to tell his mother the truth about what he was because of the things that he heard, the things that he assumed his mother would think when he told her. And I just don't think that people should have to live in that kind of fear. And I think that our schools should be an environment where they can feel safe. And I think that's why the DASA law is so important, because it encourages that sort of thinking. I go to SUNY Oswego right now, and we, slowly but steadily are getting single-stall bathrooms that are for all genders. And it's a great thing. It's never been a problem. If anything, they're much cleaner. And everyone really, really loves it there. And everyone loves the single-stall bathrooms. I mean, it's something that every single dorm is saying, gosh, I can't wait till they install them in our dorm because, it's private, it's good, it's equal. And I just think it's really important that we really sort of consider that, because if you think about it, like, this is where kids are going. They're going to SUNY schools. It's a huge thing here. And kids are going to get there, and then, it's going to be the same kind of experience, if not better, Additionally, growing up in the WCAC school district, I think I just kind of repeated myself there, but whatever. I learned what transgender was, and I never felt confused or uncomfortable. That comment was also made several times tonight, and I don't think it was ever sort of fixed. It's not that hard to understand, and it just makes everybody who identifies as something different than what they were born with feel a little better about themselves. That's all I have to say, but just before I go, this is one of the few political sort of board meetings I've attended in my life, and I wanted to give a shout out to you guys because your dedication to this is really impressive, and I know a lot of things are being said, but I think you do really care about the district, and that's where a lot of the commentary is coming from, and I appreciate everything you're doing for us, so thank you.
I can give you 1 minute if you be real fast.
That's awesome, thank you. Christopher Zaleski from Wappinger Falls, and I just wanted to thank Ann for standing up. Very proud of you. And there's a saying that says, courage is doing the right thing when nobody's looking. In character. It's also doing the right thing when everybody's looking. And so I'm really extremely pleased. And I do like what you mentioned about the list. I really think the list is horrible because it makes classes of citizens. When I was in school, I looked out for kids that were being bullied. They would be bullied for many, many reasons, but whenever I saw it happening, I always stepped in between the bully and the kid that was being bullied. So I feel for people that are being bullied, but I do appreciate very much what you have to offer. You are a unique person, and I'm very proud that you're my friend. Take care.
Do we have a motion for adjournment? Mrs. Pelton, as second, Mr. Lumia. All those in favor?